you think that way. Maybe you're just being defensive because you don't like being questioned.
It's not that
But
I don't
even
like being questioned.
okay, you know what I don't like? I don't like you being rude and constantly interrupting me.
Ah,
Okay? I think you have authoritarian motives. In fact, I know you have authoritarian motives because you wouldn't be so persistently rude and over talking me were you not having authoritarian motives.
really?
So why do you have these authoritarian motives?
Because I don't like catch-22s, man.
Okay, so yeah, so you're impugning me with having authoritarian motives when you yourself are now conceding that you're operating under authoritarian motives. Why is it
My,
okay for you to have operating under authoritarian motives but not me?
do you know what authoritarian motive means?
Yeah, can you answer my question instead of evading for the umpteenth time? Because my patience is really going thin with your idiocy.
It's not idiocy. It's I'm trying to
Okay,
be truthful here.
all right, we're done. You're a moron. You're wasting my time.
Darth
Really, really
Dawkins.
dumb. Yeah, go
That
ahead.
was a pretty long tangent.
Did
Yeah,
you
it just goes to show you what a as the Germans say, what a Dummkopf he is.
did you say you gave a couple like nicknames or characterizations of Satan? Did you say God of the Sage? I
Yeah,
was wondering if I misheard that.
In the New Testament, he's referred to as the God of the Sage in a figurative sense. Not that he's God, not that he's God,
Sure.
but he's the ruler, the prince of the power of the air on earth. When Satan came to Jesus and he said, "I will give you all these kingdoms." You'll notice Jesus didn't deny that he had possession or control of these kingdoms. Okay.
But I was just wondering where I heard Prince of the Air and all that sort of stuff.
The
I
prince of the
hadn't
power
heard
of the
God
air.
of the yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
called God
hadn't
of the
heard
Sage.
I hadn't heard God of the Sage before. I was just wondering if you could help me out with
Mhm.
a citation or just a general like which book it was from.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Just
I'm
for
already bored,
curiosity's
Trev.
sake.
It's 2 Corinthians 4, verse 4.
2 Corinthians 4:4.
The God of the Sage has blinded the minds of the unbelievers so that they cannot see the light of the gospel.
Oh, the God of this age.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought you said God of the sage. Like sage,
No.
like a wise person. Okay. The God of the sage. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Let's see. 2 Corinthians 4, 3. And even if our gospel is veiled, it is veiled to those who are perishing, in whose case the God of the Sage has blinded the minds of the unbelieving, so they will not see the light of the gospel, who is the image of God. This is also reminiscent of 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, where it says that God will send a damning delusion to them who believe the lie, who receive not a love of the truth. And then we find out what that actually entails is Satan possessing the beast, who is called or nicknamed the Antichrist, who will further deceive the world in rebellion against God and worship of creation. So he's referred to here as the God of the Sage. Okay? He's a false God of the Sage. He's not the God.
An idol of this age.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I get the metaphor. Oh boy, I have 2 questions, but I don't want to take up all your time.
No, go ahead.
Are
you an atheist? Are you an atheist?
No, I'm a Christian. I'm probably a kind of Christian that you won't like, but I'm a Christian.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Oh, I like some theologians you probably are not fans of. Peter Enns,
Like who?
Shelby Sprong, the like liberal.
Wait, whoa! You like Shelby Spong? The guy was a heretic.
I've read.
He was a borderline atheist.
Yeah, I read his book Biblical Literalism, which I thought was interesting.
Shelby Spong is like, I mean, the guy was a heretic. It's a borderline atheist.
Define borderline atheist.
He's like
It
very
means that
universalist.
borderline means that you're pretty much conveying you don't believe in a personal God, but you just come short of openly declaring that. Okay, so for example, let's say Carl Sagan, Neil deGrasse Tyson, they claim neither one of them claim they're atheists, but in fact, when you listen to them talk, it's very easy to discern that they are. Shelby Spong was as radically liberal theologian in the Episcopal Church in the United States, pretty much as radical as it gets. But go ahead.
Yeah, so my first question is probably the easy one, or at least the short one. What translations or of the Bible do you like?
I like the New American Standard. I just got an electronic copy of the New Legacy Standard Bible, which I'm looking forward to. I like the New King James.
How
I
do you like
like.
English Standard? That was my
It's
favorite.
okay. It's okay. I prefer the New American Standard, but I
What do
may.
you think are their comparative strengths?
Well, I just think that the New American Standard has more strengths than it does weaknesses compared to other translations. That's because I believe that a translation should be more of a formal equivalence rather than a dynamic equivalence.
Hmm. Yeah, I think the ESV
Now,
tries to like balance those, but I could see wanting a different
okay, so
interpretive
have
framework.
any intelligent atheists who would like to explain to us why you're an atheist?
I mean, I'd like to think I'm smart.
Okay, go ahead.
So the question is why I'm atheist at large.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would go along the lines of there's I mean I hate to just say the no evidence, but I feel like there's no falsifiable claim that has been tested and proven. So I can't reasonably come to the conclusion that there's a God.
So you're invoking that the not God world is true by virtue
Oh,
of an
I
absence of
wouldn't.
evidence.
I can't claim that either. I would be an agnostic if you would want to
Oh,
say.
so okay, so you're not an atheist.
Oh, so you meant specifically claiming there is no God. Yeah, you can't say that.
The standard definition of atheism is that there are no gods. Okay. Now, in American or not American, but in the English speaking world, there's only one word, which, as far as I know, I'm willing to be corrected, that designates the denial of gods, all gods, or God. That's atheism. Okay.
The
Now,
problem
what
is
atheism?
culturally, it's really mixed with agnosticism, right? So
No,
sometimes people
that's
don't mean it.
false. That is false. That is
It's
claptrap from the atheist community from YouTube. Okay, and I can demonstrate. Okay, now is there a single word in the English language which is used to designate somebody who denies all gods?
I don't disagree with the fact that looking objectively, I'm saying some people will just not mean it that way, you know?
No, listen to me. That's not a response to my question.
Hmm?
Is there a word in the English language?
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
agree. There is.
if you were playing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and you really were at the $1 million question, and they had four answers, and among the other three answers, it said, "What do you call somebody who denies all gods?" Would you select atheism in order to win the $1 million?
Yes, I just said I don't disagree on this point.
Okay, good. So
I just
atheism
had
is
a
the denial of
misconstrued.
all gods. Now, to sit there to equivocate for internet atheists to equivocate that atheism is the denial of God and it's not the denial of God it's ridiculous. Okay, we already have a word in the English language that was coined in the late 19th century. Excuse me, to designate those people who claim to suspend judgment as to the proposition God exists or God does not exist. They're called agnostics. Agnostics claim to withhold judgment. Okay,
What would you think about people who call themselves agnostic atheists?
I
Do
think
you
they're
think that's
dumb.
just an oxymoron?
I think they're stupid. That they're drinking too much Kool Aid from the YouTube atheist videos. It's just dumb to do that because if agnosticism designates withholding judgment, and atheism is defined in a way that you're withholding judgment, okay? It doesn't matter that somebody says, well, I don't know there's no God, I just believe there's no God. That's a distinction with almost no difference, okay? All you're saying is when you don't know there's a God, um, uh, is that you don't have a higher level of warrant and justification for your belief that God does not exist. So either you believe God does not exist with a lower form of warrant or justification, or you have none at all. So it's dumb atheists who call themselves agnostic atheists. There's two responses to the question of God's existence. You can affirm and you can deny. Withholding judgment is not an answer to the question. It's claiming to withhold judgment. Okay?
See, what I would argue is you can say you're agnostic in the terms of a God in the most loose of terms, right? Just something. But I would call myself an atheist in relation to your claim, because I feel
Okay.
like Christianity, Islam, and the likes make falsifiable claims that haven't been proven. Like there have been
Oh well,
interactions that I can't
look.
confirm.
You don't want to wield the falsification criterion. Okay, that's going to be philosophically dangerous for you. See, this is another cliche routine that atheists pass on to one another. It's not wise. Okay, if you want to do it, I'm prepared for it. Okay, now, so is it your? Do you believe that all the facts that you're acquainted with? Oh, my headset went out. Hold on. Give me a second.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. God definitely exists. Hey, is Darth Dawkins live on stream?
Give me a second here. I'm sorry, comrade. Do you affirm the existence of God?
No,
Okay. Do you deny the existence of God?
uh, your Christian God, yes. To the idea of just a God, no.
Did I ask you that?
Well, I mean, I feel like there's an important distinction.
No. This is a classic bait and switch that atheists play all the time. They claim to be global atheists and then they switch to local atheism. Okay. Uh, Global atheism is the position there are no gods. Okay. Local atheism is just simply that does not accept or denies one or more gods that are presented locally, but does not universally deny all gods. So, do you deny all gods?
No.
Oh, you don't. Okay. So when
So
it
you ain't
comes to the
atheist.
existence of God, so, what's that?
Doesn't that mean he's not atheist then?
Okay. All right. So, well, we'll see about that. Okay. So your position is you are withholding judgment about the existence of God, either existing or not existing. Is that correct?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So um, let's see if that holds water. Okay. So when we talk about God, we cannot speak God conceptually and disassociate God's relationship with creation. Right. So in creation, we have a myriad of facts or particulars. So in the God world, all facts would by necessity derive and depend upon God. In a not God world, no facts would derive and depend upon God. Right? Do you understand that so far?
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you believe, not asking if you know, do you believe that all the facts that you're acquainted with necessitate referencing and deriving and depending upon God? Do you believe that?
No.
Okay. So what you affirm to believe, you believe it's true that facts don't necessitate referencing the necessity of God. If that belief is true, it logically commits you that God cannot logically coexist. God cannot logically coexist if even one fact does not ultimately derive and depend upon him.
I'd say I'm agnostic to your necessity claim.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm presenting to you. Okay, it's modus ponens. If P, then Q. P, therefore Q. If you affirm certain propositions, some propositions have a necessary entailment. Okay, if P, then Q. P, therefore Q. So if you accept P as an actuality, then Q necessarily follows. Okay? So the denial of God need not always be direct, it can be indirect. So do you believe that facts ultimately depend upon God?
I'd say I'm agnostic to the necessity claim.
I did not know
can't
when you
either
say
way.
it. Listen carefully. If you're an agnostic, it means you don't possess a positive belief that all facts depend upon God, do you?
No.
Okay. So you don't. So you do not believe facts necessitate deriving and depending upon God. Okay. So you don't believe it until shown otherwise, right?
I mean, I guess.
Right. Okay. So what that means is that you believe in the independence of facts from God until shown otherwise, right? You
I
believe
mean,
you do not listen. You do not believe that facts necessitate deriving from God. Okay.
do you have a
It doesn't.
justification for this necessity? Because so far you've just been saying that this
I'm
is
not
this
making.
is
I'm
this
not
is
making
okay.
any claims that God exists to you so far. We're just examining your atheism. I'm trying to walk you through this step by step because this is where we have to educate atheists day in and day out that they claim to be atheists, but then they turn around and they want to claim that they're withholding judgment. But then when we ask them certain precise questions, it turns out what they do affirm logically commits them to the non-existence of God. Can God logically coexist in a world where even one fact does not ultimately derive and depend upon God?
You said everything either necessarily
Okay. Do you
depends
need
on
me to
God
repeat?
or doesn't, and this
That's right.
you
It's a
made this
true. It's a true
dichotomy, but
It's a true dichotomy.
yes, but I'm agnostic on the fact. There's
Okay. You're not getting this. Okay. This is the typical cliched response. Okay. You're not focusing on what I'm saying to you, right? Because you're looking for an escape tunnel, right? You don't want to face the implications of what you have affirmed. That's why I'm walking you through this. Now, if there is a fact or a particular in existence, and it exists with independence from God, that it does not necessitate deriving, depending upon God, and if that belief is true, then God cannot logically coexist in that world if that fact exists with independence from God. Do you understand that?
I mean, it's only a true dichotomy if you accept
This
your
is the
necessary
second
claim.
time I've
Right?
gone over this with you. Okay, so I'll have to go over it a third time. Okay, if somebody affirms that a fact does not necessitate deriving and depending upon God, this is the same thing as saying the fact in question exists in a metaphysically independent state from God. You understand that?
I mean, just
Do
keep
you
going.
understand? Do you understand that God is defined not simply as the supreme being, but the creator and sustainer of all facts? Right?
Yes.
Now, you understand that if there is a single fact that exists with independence from God, meaning it doesn't necessitate deriving and depending upon God, and if that's true, then God cannot logically coexist in that world. God can only logically coexist in a world where facts all ultimately derive and depend upon God. Okay? So what we have here is a true dichotomy. There's no escaping this. Okay? Now, yeah, hey, Ken, mute your microphone, please. Thank you. So, if one affirms that facts do not necessitate deriving and depending upon God, they're logically committed to the non-existence of God. On the other hand, if somebody believes that all facts are created facts, that they by necessity derive and depend upon God, then they are logically committed to the existence of God. Okay? So, you can deny God directly and you can deny God indirectly. Okay? Now, have you ever heard a situation where two criminals have committed a crime, but one of them implicates the other? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Have you ever heard a situation where somebody, while maintaining their innocence, said something that implicated them as the perpetuator of the crime?
Yeah.
Well, once you say, I believe not that facts depend upon God, you have implicated yourself in the logical coexistence of God. It necessarily follows that if your belief is true, that facts don't depend upon God, God cannot logically coexist. So, we'll try it again. Do you believe that all the facts that you're acquainted with necessitate deriving and depending upon God? Do you believe that?
I'm agnostic on the facts.
Okay.
I
Okay.
thought
That's
I
not
had
an answer.
uniform-
That's not
I
an
don't
answer. That's
affirm
not. That's
or deny.
that's an evasive response that you gave me. Okay. I didn't ask you if you will withhold judgment. I said, do you believe that all facts derive and depend upon God?
I can't in good faith answer the question.
Yes, you can in good faith. Well, either you do believe or you don't believe that facts depend upon God.
I
I'm
mean,
not,
why?
did I ask you what you know? No, I didn't. I'm asking you what you believe. Do you have a positive belief that every fact that you're acquainted with derives and depends upon God? Do you believe that?
Well, once again, I can't make judgment on the fact.
No, I didn't. Listen to me. Do you have that belief?
No, I don't have
Okay,
it. I don't
there
affirm
you
nor
go.
deny it.
Stop. Say, okay, you listen. You just did. You just did
I
affirm.
misspoke.
Listen to me carefully. See, this is your sinful nature at work here. You don't want to admit something because you're afraid of the ramifications. Now, do you believe the Eiffel Tower stands in Paris?
I mean, that's something I have evidence of.
Do you believe the Eiffel Tower stands in Paris? Now, if you're
Of course.
incapable of answering that question,
Of course,
then
yes.
then we're okay. Good. Do you believe there are penguins at the South Pole?
Of course.
Okay. Do you believe that all facts that you're acquainted with necessitate ultimately deriving and depending upon God?
That's a claim that I can't.
Thank you.
Done.
Okay, so there we go. Okay, so now you get the red badge of courage. Okay, you are a fundamentally deceitful person, right? And this is what we run into with atheists. Of course, he doesn't have that belief. He doesn't believe that because if he did believe it, he would say, "Yes, I believe that." But he doesn't have that belief. Do you have that belief that facts depend upon God? The answer would be no. But you don't want to admit the obvious. So you want to sit there and play this game. Oh, I'm agnostic. I didn't ask you if you were agnostic. I said, do you have this belief? Okay? Let's try it again. Did he leave?
No, he just got packed out of here by the truth.
He's still here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you possess the following belief in your head, in your skull? And that belief would constitute that facts by necessity depend upon God. Do you possess that belief?
I mean, this is the impasse.
Okay, get the hell out of my room.
Get this dumb atheist out of here, man.
Yeah, this is because He doesn't want to admit that because he knows that I already explained to him the ramifications. That if he believes that facts do not depend upon God, that commits him to the denial of God. Right?
It's just what it is, man. These dumb atheists don't know how to cope.
Well, it's not that he was dumb. It's just that he's fundamentally dishonest, and this is a problem that we encounter with a great many atheists. Okay, it's either they're dumb or they're just purposely being deceitful. Just give me a second.
Probably
here,
purposely being deceitful.
they're
Satan.
purposely being deceitful, dishonest. Okay, he doesn't have that belief. Now, everybody in this room knows. I mean, if you have a basic working brain, unless you're a Hillary Clinton supporter or registered Democrat, that
Democrats.
the honest answer was no, I don't have that belief. But he didn't want to admit what everybody knew was true, that the answer was no, I don't have that belief. Because he was afraid of the implications and ramifications that would come from truthfully answering the question.
He knew what would happen.
So he was committed. I don't need a running commentary, okay?
He doesn't.
He would. Did you hear I said I don't need a running commentary? Okay? Now, so rather than truthfully answer the question, he's giving a deceptive response.
I'm not sure I understand the line of. I'm not sure I understand the line of logic though, but behind or like the line of reasoning behind like the facts in God Himself. Can you elaborate more?
God is not just simply defined as being omnipotent or the supreme being. God is defined as the ground of all being. It's called the creator-creature distinction. Now, if God is defined in such a way that he's not ultimate, that he is the source and basis of all facts, then we're not talking about God. We're talking about a creature that would be subject to one or more parameters which would encapsulate everything. Okay? As opposed to everything derives and depends upon God. Everything would be subject to God. Okay?
Yeah, because the way like I was thinking of it, like the first thing that came to mind was like the Greek pantheon. Take Poseidon for example. The oceans existed before Poseidon was born and crowned ruler of the seas. But then of course taking the mantle of responsibility over the oceans, he had power over it, even though he existed before him, or
all
like
of these
even without him.
All of those gods, including Zeus, are temporal in nature. They're contingent. They derive from chaos. You can look it up in mythology. Okay?
Oh, I know.
So the bottom line here is if we talk and conceptualize God and we leave out that there is a direct relationship, not only in the past but in the present, where all facts derive and depend upon God, by necessity they derive and depend upon God. If we casually leave that out, we will be mischaracterizing or misconceptualizing when we talk about what the word God is. Okay?
Agreed.
So what atheists want to do is they either purposely or inadvertently misconceptualize God, and that way they reason to themselves that they can be neutral toward God like they can be neutral about gold on the surface of Mars. But unfortunately, gold on Mars is not in the same transcendental category that God is, where God is the transcendental ultimate. Okay?
He's spinning facts.
Yeah, what is your username?
I think the running commentator might be Zach at the bottom there.
Okay, good. You've just earned a ban.
Do you want me to give him the role?
Yeah.
Yo, are you talking to me? I just got here.
Yeah, no, not you. Give him the ban. Okay.
No, I am Zach. I'm not the guy who was doing that.
Yeah, nice voice change.
What do you mean voice change?
No, it wasn't Zach. It wasn't
I was literally
him.
muted.
It was somebody else. It was the other guy. What's his name? MPX or whatever his name is.
Yeah, I think it's a bit ridiculous when we have other mods in the room where I have to mod for these morons, right? When I'm in here talking, I shouldn't have to have that happen if you mods are in here. You should be doing your job. Okay. Okay. So the fact of the matter is that last guy was a dishonest piece of garbage. He made it painfully obvious that he was stiff-necked and stubborn, and he wasn't going to admit what everybody knew was true, that he did not believe that all facts necessitate and derive from God. He didn't want to admit what was painfully obvious because he knew then it would be incumbent upon him to provide a rationale why there is no God or there's no gods. But you see, if he was really sincere in that he was withholding judgment from God, then why call yourself an atheist? When everybody knows that atheism has quite a long history, at least within the last couple of 100 years, as referring to those who deny God. If you're not affirming God and you're not denying God and you're claiming to withhold judgment, we have a perfectly good word in the English language which makes the claim that they're withholding judgment, and that's agnosticism. Okay? But they choose not to call themselves agnostics. Well, why? It's because they know damn well what the word
They don't know
atheism
the truth.
means. Okay? No, it's just that many atheists are just fun. They're simply dishonest, right? Well, atheism is not the denial of the existence of God. Atheism is a lack of belief in God. Well, really? So does every atheist who denies the existence of God, do they have a lack of belief in God?
Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah, would the mods please remove that person?
I got you.
Okay? How many times do I have to make this request? Okay?
I got him. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. Give him the banish roll.
Banish. Got it.
Thank you. So this is the little kabuki dance that they play. Okay? And I've asked even professional atheists with PhDs that question. Well, how is it that there is no God? Oh, well, I don't have a reason to believe in God. Oh, so you're just withholding judgment? Really? And you call yourself an atheist? How embarrassing for the atheists out there in the world who simply won't be honest about what their position is. Okay, the floor is open if anybody wants to comment. Anyone? Do we have any other atheists in here who are bold enough to explain their atheism? Wow, that's amazing. We have 59 people in the room in addition to myself, and not one courageous atheist. Not one. How telling. Any atheists? Now, you know what's amazing? We have 60 people in the room, and I was in the religion room earlier today, and all hell broke loose when I was conversing with somebody because the cockroach hecklers and trolls came out of the woodwork because they knew I could mute. But what's amazing is we don't have those cockroaches coming out of the woodwork when we have 60 people in this room. Could somebody explain me why? Has this room been sprayed with Raid? Has the room been covered by an exterminator that we don't have those cockroaches?
Oh, they might still be here.
Well,
They're
then,
here. They're just quiet because you're here.
Well. What is the evidence that the cockroaches are here? Because if
I
they're
don't.
here, why aren't they seen? Why aren't they heckling?
That's a good question. That's
Yeah,
also
That's like saying there's a man at the door. Really?
yeah.
Yeah, go answer the front door. Well, why? Because there's a man at your door. Why do you say that? Well, it just is. Okay. It just goes to show you. It just goes to show you what utter scumbags they are, that when there's no consequences, they'll be drive-by, hecklers. But when they can't get away with it here, they're silent.
I believe
Isn't
that
that
there's
amazing?
I believe that there's an old Bible verse saying that like the flea shall, or like the wicked shall flee at the sight of like the holy,
Yeah.
or the righteous, I should say. The righteous will stand, but the wicked will flee.
Okay. Well, I see that we have Veckel in here. Veckel, isn't it amazing? We can't find any mature, intelligent atheists to discuss their atheism. It's amazing. They're on the run. They're waving the white flag.
Would
Right?
you consider agnosticism atheism?
Agnosticism is a claim to withholding judgment from God, but in actuality, it is denying God indirectly. Because all I have to
Right.
do is ask an agnostic, do you possess a belief that all facts necessitate deriving depending upon God? And if they're honest, they will have to say no, because they suspend judgment on the proposition whether God exists or God does not exist.
Right. So the lack of complete acceptance towards God is therefore atheism.
What I'm showing is that agnosticism is not what it claims to be. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like when Joe Biden claims he can be trusted with little children around him, he's not to be believed. When atheism,
Agnosticism.
yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Agnosticism claims to not know the answer. I think that's
Okay,
valid.
would you like to hear what the inventor of the term said?
Sure.
Give me.
Okie dokie.
Okay, this is from T.H. Huxley, who coined the term. He coined the term in 1869, and he said this. Okay? It simply means that a man shall not say that he knows or believes that which he has no scientific grounds or grounds for professing to know or to believe. Okay? So agnosticism is not, yeah. T.H. Huxley, 1869. Agnostic is somebody. It simply means that a man shall not say that he knows or believes that he has no grounds for professing to know or believe. So T.H. Huxley did not limit agnosticism to, quote, knowledge, but it also included belief as well. Okay,
Sure.
but you see, because atheists want to bastardize words, they want to go, well, agnosticism has to do with knowledge, and atheism has to do with belief, and it's just a bogus distinction. Okay,
Can they both have to do with like knowledge and belief, but like believe different things? Right.
well, when we look at the professional reference works literature, atheism is uniformly defined as that they're the disbelief and denial of all
Right.
God. Now,
Right.
because of these internet slobs going, atheism is a lack of belief, it's a lack of belief, which is an equivocation, it's an ambiguity, it's non-informative. Okay, so it's really ridiculous why some dictionaries have included it. Okay, now, so the bottom line is atheism is best understood in order to avoid confusion. That's the reason why we have words, so we can avoid confusion, right? So atheism is the position there are no gods. Theism is the position that there's at least one God. Agnosticism is the claim, not the actuality, but the claim to withholding judgment as to either the existence or non-existence of God.
Okay.
But that claim doesn't hold water upon a transcendental analysis when we start bringing the issue of facts and their relationship to God or not God.
Okay.
That's why that kid. Yeah, go ahead.
So to you, an agnostic is intrinsically like wrong because you hold the belief in like Yahweh.
Well, my position is that anything that does not believe in God, okay, if you
Which
don't
God?
believe in God, which God?
Yeah.
The God of the Bible.
Which. Okay.
Okay, and the God of the Bible is the only viable candidate for God. Okay, because the God of the Bible is the only one that has all great making properties. He's the only God in human history that has the characteristic that we could ascribe as ultimate. Not even Allah and Islam measures up to that standard.
That's to you, though. There are other people who believe in gods who are like greater than Earth and have done
What you
bigger
just
than
said
that
is
to you.
wait a minute. That response is really not informative, because all you're just simply saying is you believe that. Well, yeah, aren't you telling me the obvious? And then when you tell me, well, there are people you disagree with, yeah, isn't that obvious?
Of course.
So
What I'm saying is that because there are people who disagree with you, and there are people who have just as much ammo to believe that their God is intrinsically better than
Do
your
they?
God.
Oh, do you believe that?
Do I believe that my God is
Do you
better
believe
than
what
your
you
God?
No, you said there are other people who have different creator God concepts, and they have just as much ammo. Do you believe that?
I do.
Okay, now here's the problem with what you just said. What you have espoused is called pluralism. Okay, the only way that you could object to the
What's up,
exclusive
brother man?
claims, with the mods, remove that guy, give him the banish roll. Okay, now the mistake that you've made, which is common, right, is that the exclusive claims of the character or property set of the Christian God are rendered superfluous because there are other God claims that can equalize that. Now, are you challenging the exclusive, unique character set of the God of the Bible being ultimate because of the God you believe in?
Pardon?
Are you challenging that the Christian God exclusively has the necessary attributes to be categorized as ultimate? Are you challenging that?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you challenging it with your God?
No.
Okay. So the problem now is you are now appealing to other God worlds that you don't hold to.
Yeah. Why is there a
Now,
problem?
so why? Because all those other worldviews that are not your own are false from your perspective. They
Why?
couldn't Why? Is because everybody has a worldview, and they reason that worldview is true. Any other worldview that is not your own from your perspective will be necessarily false.
Right.
Yes. Do you understand the nature of worldviews? If I hold to worldview A, okay, and there's worldviews B through Z, okay, they're all categorized as worldview not A. If I am reasoning out of worldview A, and that worldview A is the one and true worldview, it means it's exclusively the only true worldview. As a result, any other worldview that constitutes not A, from my perspective, I will have to conclude that they are false.
If I am living under the umbrella of agnosticism.
Okay, do you listen to me? I don't think you understood what I just said. If I hold to the Christian worldview,
okay,
then any other worldview out there, I could never say it could have an equal standing in terms of a character or property set. Okay, because in the Christian worldview, it considers all other worldviews as false. They don't exist. They don't actually ontologically exist. They exist in the minds of people, but they're not real. So, every other worldview. Well, listen. Let me explain it to you. Okay. So every other worldview, from my perspective, that is not the Christian worldview, I have to conclude that they are false. Now, you are holding to another worldview that is not the Christian worldview, but you are espousing that there are other contending worldviews out there that can have can equally be the one true worldview. But if you say that contradicts your worldview.
Why? If I hold to
because you're not that's not a worldview.
Why not? If a Christian worldview can exist,
because you're not understanding. Agnosticism is not a worldview. Agnosticism is a claim to withhold judgment, but you can't withhold judgment when it comes to God. We only have two worldviews. We have the God worldview and the not God worldview. Now, if you want to say that there are other God worldviews that are equal contenders, right? This is fallacious because only one worldview can be true. Okay? So when you are speaking, every propositional truth that comes out of your mouth derives and depends from your perspective on your worldview. Otherwise, if a proposition derives and depends upon another worldview that is not your own, because of your worldview, you have to conclude that it is false.
I think that people's worldviews are continuously bending and flexing and changing.
Okay, you're not understanding. You're not understanding a word I just said. All worldview. Listen, we're going to go back to square one.
Wait.
A worldview. Okay, listen. Are you educated on this subject?
The subject of agnosticism.
Have you read anything on worldviews?
Sorry,
or
no.
you just okay. Well, why don't you listen a little bit more? Okay, a worldview. Can you define for me what a worldview is?
When I hear the word worldview, I think of differentiating perspectives.
No, that's not what a worldview is. No, a worldview is your entire collection or set of interconnected and interrelated beliefs that are unified. And usually there's something concrete that unifies them. It's kind of like either a spider's web or a jigsaw puzzle. Okay? Now, so whatever propositions are deemed to be true that are spoken of out of a worldview, they will derive and depend upon that worldview for their truthfulness. Okay? So if we have a person who has worldview A and another person has a worldview not A, their respective worldviews are mutually exclusive and contradictory. Okay? Do you understand that before I move on?
Okay. Well, can I repeat what I heard?
Do you understand that
all
worldviews, all worldviews are mutually exclusive and mutually contradicting each other?
No, I don't see
Okay, then you're not understanding, because a worldview is all-encompassing. Okay? A worldview is not the same thing as an ideology. A worldview is the total set of your interconnected and interrelated beliefs, and they are unified.
Can two people's worldviews be like the same? Not the same, but like can fragments of people's worldviews be the same?
No.
Why?
No, because whatever fundamentally grounds that worldview would be different. Okay?
What?
So
wait. I'm just trying to understand this. Please, can I ask questions before you rant again?
Yes.
Okay. So
I'm ranting?
No. I mean, sorry for the word use,
right.
but
All right.
Sorry. But so a person's worldview is dependent on their background, right? And people, even if they have similar backgrounds and similar worldviews.
Stop.
Okay.
The worldview, it doesn't depend on your background. Your worldview is your entire set of interconnected and interrelated beliefs that are unified. Okay? And there's something that unifies that worldview. And it will usually be something that is concrete in somebody's mind, as opposed to that it's an abstraction, a mental abstraction. So a worldview is your entire collection. Whatever is rudimentary or foundational to that worldview, every proposition within the worldview, every truth statement, will derive and depend upon that worldview and in virtue of what is fundamental to everything in that worldview. Okay? So, for example, if I say the sky is blue as a Christian theist, and an atheist says the sky is blue, superficially we sound like we're making the same statement. But implicit in our worldview is the following statements. The sky is blue because God created and sustains the world. But the atheist position would be the sky is blue in virtue of not God.
Yeah.
So once we understand the implicit frame of reference, it turns out that the propositions in questions are mutually exclusive. They're contradictory.
Okay, so can someone be concrete in their knowledge of not knowing?
When we're talking about concrete, we're talking about something that it is real and not just simply a mental abstraction. Okay, so for example, in the God world, where God is creator, God is a concrete entity rather than a mental abstraction that unifies all of the particulars. God, since he's the creator and sustainer of all the particulars, and he's real, that's why we say he's concrete. Now, if we have a worldview where we just have a collection of particulars, but they're not instituted and secured by something that is concrete, singular, then the unification just takes place in the mind. Okay? There's nothing concretely unifying it other than the mind. Okay? Now, the point is this. All worldviews are mutually exclusive. Now, we could have two people who have the same worldview who have differing subsets of beliefs within the respective worldview. For example, I'm a Christian who believes that when Jesus Christ comes again, he will set up the millennial kingdom. There are other Christians who believe that the millennial kingdom was figurative, and when he comes again, it'll be judgment day, and then he'll recreate the world. So two people can have the same worldview, but have differing or even contradictory sub-propositions within the same worldview. But that's not what we're talking about.
Okay.
What we're talking about, that all worldviews that are distinct from other worldviews are mutually exclusive and contradictory to every other worldview. Okay. This is not controversial.
Okay. So
okay. Now, so when you tell me that there are other viable God worldviews out there, you are not saying that it is your worldview. Okay, but you see, you don't have that God worldview. So you are putting on the table, in order to say that the Christian God is not exclusive and indispensable because there are no other options, you're saying, no, there are these other God world options. All right. But unfortunately, what you don't realize is that it's a contradiction to whatever your worldview is. The only way that you can logically and coherently attempt to say that the Christian worldview is not indispensable, in that it is the last man standing, you would have to present your worldview. If you present another worldview that is not your own, then that worldview that you're presenting is by default contradictory to your worldview.
If my worldview is that the worldviews of others are valid, why do I need
that's logically incoherent.
Why?
Because listen, all worldviews are mutually contradictory by default.
Why if I don't accept that?
Because let's say we have a worldview A, okay? And worldview A just simply consists that there are only two red marbles. That's it. Okay? Two red marbles. There's nothing else. Now, worldview B comes along, okay? And its view, okay, and I'm simplifying this for the sake of illustration, right? So worldview B comes along and says there's only green marbles. There's only two green marbles. That's it. So worldview A contradicts worldview B. And vice versa. They're mutually exclusive.
What if worldview C says that there can be 2 and 3 marbles?
Then they would both contradict worldview A and B.
Right, so because I'm contradicting worldview A and B.
No, worldview A says that there are only 2 marbles and they're red.
Right.
Worldview B says there are only 2 marbles and they're green. You're coming
Yeah.
along with worldview C, and you're contradicting worldview A and B by presenting a new worldview.
Yeah, there could be 2 marbles and 3 marbles.
Right, but then that
Yeah.
worldview would contradict worldview A and B.
Yeah.
Good. So now do you understand that all worldviews are mutually exclusive and contradictory?
If you mean
Robin, this is not controversial. This is simple metaphysics. Okay? Remember, a worldview is all-encompassing. It's all-inclusive. It is your entire collection of beliefs that are interconnected, interrelated, and unified. And we can represent them by a letter of the alphabet. We could say it's worldview A or worldview B. But worldview A, if anybody says worldview B, C, D, E, whatever, all the way down to Z, all of those individual worldviews constitute worldview not A. Every worldview from B to Z contradicts worldview A. Worldview B contradicts worldview A and worldview C, D, E, F, G, all the way to Z. So every worldview represented by a letter of the alphabet contradicts every other worldview out there represented by letters of the alphabet other than its own. Okay? So when you say that the Christian worldview is not the sole contender, that it is indispensable for reason, for truth, and intelligibility, and that God is the foundation of that all, and that there's another worldview or another God worldview that is a potentiality, it's potentially real, and is a potential competitor. Well, the only way that you could escape incoherency would be to attempt to say, this is my worldview. The reason why the Christian worldview is not exclusive is because of my worldview and my God. But once you start talking about other people's worldviews that are not yours, those worldviews contradict your worldview. So it is a logical incoherency to invoke those worldviews other than your own. We can invoke them to talk about them conceptually, but you cannot offer them as a potential actuality, as a real contender. You can only offer your worldview, because if you don't and you invoke other worldviews, that's called worldview body doubles, or we could call it pluralism.
What would you consider an atheist worldview?
An atheist worldview is that where there are one or more particulars, each of which, or two or more particulars, all of which exist independently and non-derivatively from God.
Okay, can you say that in stupid people terms?
Yeah, it means that they believe that all things exist without the necessity of deriving and depending upon God. It's called a not God worldview. Now, are there different flavors of atheism? Yes. Just like we have ice cream, and then we have different flavors of ice cream. There are different flavors of atheism, but what they all have in common is it is a universal negative, okay? Or that all the facts that they're acquainted with do not necessitate depending and deriving upon God. So the God world is a universal declaration in that God is the necessary source and current basis of why anything at all exists. It's a universal statement. Atheism is a universal. All facts I'm acquainted with do not necessitate deriving from God. So the God world and the not God world are both universal declarations.
Okay, so saying that does not necessitate?
Yes, because God, by definition,
Mm-hmm.
he's defined as being the necessary precondition. You will either affirm that or you will deny it. directly or indirectly. If you deny it indirectly, it makes no difference that it's an indirect denial because it's still a denial. Okay, that's why people scurry over and hide behind agnosticism, because they refuse to believe and to acknowledge that all facts are created facts that they by necessity derive, but they don't have the courage or don't feel that they have the ability to defend that God doesn't exist. So they hide behind the agnostic label and just say, "Oh, I don't know," and they're pretending that they're withholding judgment about God, when the fact of the matter is they have rendered judgment about God.
But for me, it's that. Sorry. For
That's
me,
all
it's
right.
that
Go ahead.
nobody has ever proven or disproven like the existence of God. That's
Okay. Yeah. You're claiming that you are withholding judgment. Okay. This is a claim. Well, let's see if that holds water.
Can you explain your necessity claim a little again? I really don't get it.
Yeah. God is defined as the eternal one, the creator, who is without beginning, unconditionally non-dependent and derivative, from which everything else that is not God derives and depends. So God is defined as the necessary precondition of all things that are not himself.
And if I'm agnostic to that?
Yeah, that's a claim to withholding judgment, but it doesn't hold up upon examination.
Why?
Why? Because you will have, when you claim that you're not rendering a belief about God, but you are rendering a belief about the nature of facts. You believe in that facts do not necessitate deriving and depending upon God. Because if you did, you'd believe it, but you don't. So I'll just ask you, do you believe, I'm not asking you what you know, do you believe that facts, whatever they may be, necessitate deriving and depending upon God? Do you believe that?
That facts necessitate deriving and belonging upon God?
And depending upon God. Do you believe that?
Agnostic to it.
No.
No,
That's
but
not
that's what
an
I believe.
No,
My belief
you're
is
not.
agnostic.
Okay, yeah, you're
In my
being
heart of hearts.
You're being childish. No, I asked you if you had.
Okay.
I asked you that's not an honest answer.
Okay, I'm
I
sorry,
said,
Darth.
do you possess that belief?
The belief. Well, you're putting me into a box because my belief does not
Listen
fit
to me
into
carefully.
the two things that
You are claiming to withholding. Listen, you are claiming to withhold judgment. So you are not believing that facts depend upon God, and you're also claiming to believe that facts don't depend upon God. So are you without belief that facts by necessity depend upon God?
I am within belief that facts could and could not depend upon God.
No, that's not that. No, that's not it. That's an evasion to the question.
That's not evasion to the question. That is my answer.
Do you believe there are facts?
Yeah, there are some facts.
Okay. Do you positively believe that facts depend upon God? Do you have
some
that belief?
Facts.
Okay, good. Now here's the problem. If even one fact depends upon God, then all facts do.
Why?
Why? Because God
have you proven that all facts? I believe that no one has proven that.
Well, listen. There's only two worlds. Okay, there's
two?
the God world and the not God world. Okay.
What about the maybe God world and the maybe not God world?
No, that doesn't. Okay, how old are you?
17.
Okay, that's what I figured. There's no maybe world. Okay, what we're talking there's a difference between when we're talking epistemically versus ontologically. Epistemically has to do with how you know things. Okay, ontologically means what is the actual state of affairs. So either we're in a world where God is creator or not. Now that when it's put in the form of a question, it's an ontological question. Now, either everything derives and depends upon God or not. It's a true dichotomy. There's no third option. It doesn't matter that somebody says, I don't know. Who cares what you don't know? Because what we're talking about, look, either you're dead or you're not dead, right? Is there an in-between? Either you're alive or you're not alive. Okay? Either Abraham Lincoln's corpse right now in the grave is alive or it's not alive. Okay?
I don't think that these two are the same things, Darth. Because, especially in terms of faith, there have been
either God is or God is not.
Either Jesus is God or Jesus is not, or is Jesus the Son of God?
First of all, we're not. That's right.
Well, but these are two things that are quote unquote contradictory.
This is why it's so difficult to dialogue with teenagers, because you haven't learned how to focus. Okay.
To focus, Darth.
Yeah, you're not focusing because your mind is rabbit trailing. Now,
rabbit trailing.
Either God exists or God does not exist. It's either A or not A. It's a fundamental law of logic. Okay? Now, you think this way every day of your waking life. So does everybody else who has a normal brain, unless you're a Joe Biden supporter. Now, you believe in the law of identity. A equals A. The law of non-contradiction. A cannot equal not A. And you believe in the law of excluded middle. Something's either A or it's not A. Okay? Either God exists or not. It's a true dichotomy. Either right now, either you are a biological female or you're not. Either you are 17 or you are not 17. You understand? Now, either it is the case that all facts derive upon God when God is defined as the transcendental necessity of all facts, or it is the case that all facts do not derive and depend upon God.
I think that you're forcing the concept of necessity on me, Darth.
No, I'm not. It's definitionally true.
Because I think that maybe not everyone believes that.
No, you're not understanding. When I say it's definitionally true, I'm not defining God into existence. I'm saying God is defined as being a type of universal. And what that means is, in a God world, God is the only thing that is eternal, that is without beginning, that is not dependent and derivative. And everything else, why don't you listen a little bit? Everything else in the God world that is not God, by definition, in that world, necessitates deriving from God. Now, you can choose not to believe in that world as actual, but what you're not at liberty of doing is rejecting the definition, because it's completely uncontroversial. Okay? Now, if you want to talk about something that's God, that is not the source of all facts, right, then we're no longer talking about God. We're just talking about a final boss of the universe that's really, really powerful and is going to get you if you don't love him. But when we're talking about God in Western civilization with a capital G, we're referring to the supreme being and the creator of all things that are not himself. Okay? It's definitionally true. You're not at liberty to object to it. You're at liberty to say, I don't believe that definitional scenario is actually ontologically true. Okay? So, either
I'm saying that I am agnostic to the belief that you need necessity, right? To you, right. God is this ontological.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Can I go a little bit?
Here's the problem, which you're not understanding. When you're trying to claim agnosticism, okay, I'm not asking you, that question. I'm asking you, do you possess a dog in your house?
I think you're more so asking, could I
possess
a dog?
Do you have a dog in your house?
I'm agnostic to whether or not I have a dog in my house.
Okay, have a nice day, sunshine. You just wasted my time. Okay.
Hi.
Yeah, that's what we got. Well, so you know what? It became clear to me. I was suspecting it for quite a while. Well, we have a little 17-year-old girl who's a little troll.
Hi, Darth Dawkins. How are you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Donald Trump, Antichrist, yay or nay?
Nay. Everybody knows that Hillary Clinton is the Antichrist.
He's running in 2024, so you got a point.
Oh
there,
yeah, I
Darth.
know.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the rapture. So I can build those big old Tesla coils around my confound and smite blue helmets with the wrath of God.
Okay, so this is why it's a waste of time with talking with some people on Discord. It's because they're purposely deceptive. They're purposely obtuse. And that's what she was doing, okay? You don't have to be a rocket surgeon to understand the scenario that I'm presenting. Either you have a belief that all facts derive and depend upon God, or you are without that belief. How many times did I ask her and she didn't want to answer the question, saying, no, I don't possess that belief. No, she just would go, oh, I'm agnostic.
Okay. I do not have the belief that all knowledge is coming from God.
Okay, so you believe that there are certain facts that don't necessitate deriving and depending upon God.
My principle.
That logically commits you, logically, mind you, that God cannot logically coexist if your belief is true. So you are an atheist.
I am.
Good. So how is it that God doesn't exist?
Because I have never seen any evidence besides the Bible. There's not even evidence.
Okay.
One of those atheists.
So we're going to go over this again. Okay. There are two worldviews. There's the God world and there's the not God world, right? It's a true dichotomy. Now, is it your position that the not God world is true solely on the grounds that the God world is unconvincing?
Yes, that is completely true. You got me down to a T.
Okay. That is the argumentum ad ignorantum fallacy. The argumentum ad ignorantum fallacy is more commonly referred to as the appeal to ignorance. That a given proposition is invoked to be true solely on the grounds that its negation is unconvincing. Let me
May I
repeat that
respond to
again.
that?
Okay, you can respond, but there's no disputing what I just said.
I would have a corollary stating that if what you're saying is true, that this is an appeal to ignorance, then this is an appeal to ignorance for all different types of religion, and you would have no say.
You're not focusing, sir. Listen carefully. Okay.
I'm going to narrow down. Yeah.
Is the not God world true solely on the grounds that its negation, which is the God world, is unconvincing?
The not God world is true to me because no evidence of a God world exists.
Hey,
So
you're
yes,
not
true.
answering my question. So the
I'm
not
agreeing
God
with you.
world is true. Good. That's a fallacy. That is
But
fallacious reasoning.
what would you say to the Odin believer
You're
or
not
the Vishnu believer?
understanding here. Okay. First of all, Odin is within a not God world. Okay, because Odin is a junior deity that emerges from chaos. Okay, so you're not thinking clearly here. Okay.
Okay.
Now, your position is that the not God world is true because you don't have a reason to believe in the God world, right?
That's correct.
That is the argumentum ad ignorantum fallacy that I just explained to you. That a proposition, the not God world, is to be invoked as true solely on the grounds that its negation, which is the God world, because you don't have a reason for it. That is a fallacy. That's called an appeal to ignorance.
I hear you, and I think that if that is true, then that implies, or you are inferring.
I'm not listen. I'm not going to
evidence.
keep on. I'm not going to keep on educating you. Okay. You have committed the argumentum ad ignorantum fallacy. It is an appeal to ignorance that a proposition is true solely on the grounds that it's negation, that you don't have a reason for it. That is a fallacy. There's no debating this, sir.
You say fallacy, I say basis of knowledge.
Okay, all right. You're an idiot, okay? Go away.
See you later.
You're a fundamentally dishonest person. You see, you've been caught in a fallacious grounds for atheism, and you refuse to acknowledge what is painfully obvious, that this is a classic informal fallacy, an appeal to ignorance. What if I told you, listen to me carefully, what if I told you I have a coin in my hand, right? I flipped the coin and I caught it without looking at it. What if I told you that it is necessarily tails up because I don't have a reason to believe that it's heads up?
Then I would say this is not worth the bet because I don't know.
No, would that be an appeal to ignorance fallacy? Yes, it would.
Okay.
Okay.
I had
Now,
to take some time to wrap around
okay. Do you understand? I've gone over this several times. When you say that not God, the not God world is true because you don't have a reason for the God world, that is a fallacy.
You know what? I got it. That is a lot of truth you're spitting at me. I'm going to consider it on my own time. Thank you very much.
So do you have any other reason why there's no God? Or do you hold that God does not exist arbitrarily and irrationally?
I have it's a credibility issue because all the Christians I know in my life and the ones I've watched on television are not credible to me, and hence why I don't believe them. Sort of like saying wait a minute,
and how old are you?
I'm in my mid-30s.
Okay.
Many a Christian.
You're in your mid-30s. That's the kind of answer that I would expect from a 12-year-old.
Hey, you always got to stay young at heart, my friend.
Wow. I sure hope that you don't have a job at NASA. Okay, next.
Well, thank you for your time, mister.
Wow, where do they grow these people? Can't we get any intelligent atheists in here?
Okay, can I go? Since no one else is going, can I go again?
Go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
Donald Trump.
Surprise me with your genius.
Antichrist or not, by Antichrist standards of Christians, because he fulfills the 7 deadly sins. Donald Trump.
No, we all know Barack Obama's the Antichrist.
No, but Donald Trump killed millions of people. Donald Trump, Obama only killed like maybe thousands.
All right, get out of here! Wow. You know, dumb, obtuse, and retarded is not a way to go through life.
Obama's at United Church of Christ. He's Christian.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Hey, could I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, do you think there's a logical problem with being arbitrary, for example, or is this just a subjective preference?
Is there a logical problem? Well, I wouldn't call it logical to be arbitrary.
Well, I'm thinking in terms of about epistemic virtue, right? So like if you were comparing two systems, you might select one or the other based on whatever epistemic virtues you preference. And so if you don't really have an issue with being arbitrary, is there a logical problem with it?
It's not logical. It's the lack of logic. It's not the application of logic or reason. There's no logic at all.
I mean, by arbitrary, I mean as in like your justification might be something that I don't know could be circular.
Arbitrary means without reason.
Sorry, what?
When you arbitrarily select something, it's without reason.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I'm thinking of a proposition. Like, let's say.
Do you deny what I just said? Do you deny what I just said?
I don't think that's like fully
All right,
encapsulating the
you know
meaning.
what? You know what? Lee, get out of my room. Where do they grow these ignoramuses? Okay, where people are arguing with me over what the word arbitrary means. Have these people eaten leaded paint chips when they were little? I mean, where do they grow these people? Can't we have any intelligent people coming into these rooms?
Hey, Darth, would I be able to
Yes.
continue my line of reasoning or questions before you had to leave earlier
Yeah,
today about
sure.
Paulinism?
Because this line of Doomkoffs makes my head want to explode. I don't expect people to agree with me. I want there to be vigorous disagreement. But what I don't want are people who have had frontal lobotomies coming in here pretending that they're reasoning with me.
Okay. So I will try my best. However, I can make no promises. So where we last left off, we were discussing God's omnipotence and omniscience in relation to free will. And then a kind of Molinist take on the perspective on those ideas about how God knows the truth of counterfactuals, and somehow we're approaching a resolution therein. But I wanted to push a little bit further on that point. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so it seems intuitive to me, and I've done a bit more reading since we've spoken, that God created an initial world state. And if he's aware of the counterfactuals that may arise from that initial world state, he can understand the immediate next world state. So following through that line, he'd be able to repeatedly do this through simple deduction. He has a P, and it therefore implies Q, and is able to move from Q to S to T, etc. If that seems to be the case,
you better consolidate this gobbledygook.
Well, if that seems to be the case, if he's aware of the truth value of all counterfactuals, then how is it we have free will? It seems to collapse to determinism, in my view.
No, we have the capacity to make free choices because God has made us to be like him.
Well, if God is aware of what I would do in a certain circumstance and knows my heart and mind, as we've demonstrated earlier through him knowing whether I'm being genuine in my prayers or requests to him, would it not then follow he would know my action and the consequence of that action?
God innately knowing what you will choose, and so what?
Well, if that is true at all points in time, how would we describe that as a free decision? My life is life's path is fully set.
Didn't I already go over this with you today?
Well, I'm pushing on a different angle.
You're adopting a slightly modified view from the perceptual model of foreknowledge, and you're adopting fatalism. God innately knowing what we will freely choose in any given situation, he incorporates that into his entire seamless plan, all right, and that he knows that I will freely to choose X, and he decides to incorporate that in plan is not fatalism. I will do it. Listen carefully.
Go ahead.
I'm going to quote William Lane Craig, who has 2 earned PhDs.
Mm-hmm.
He makes the statement, I will do X, but I will not necessarily do X. And there's a difference, okay? Right? God knows what I will do, but I will not necessarily do it. I will do it. And whatever I freely choose to do, God just simply knows it and incorporates it into his sovereign plan, okay? So I'm going to send you a book right now by William Lane Craig, which is similar to my view, okay? He advocates something called Molinism, which Calvinists would disagree with. But he goes over extensively the issue of the perceptual model of foreknowledge and the objection that people have who are advocating a type of fatalism, which you seem to be in line with.
Understood. I was in our time apart. I was reading up on the criticisms of Molinism, and it seemed to follow my earlier reasoning.
All right, I'm getting the book for you right now. Just give me a second.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Wrong folder. All right, read that book, and then it's not a long book; it's an easy read. When you read it, get back to me.
Well, it'll be quite difficult to do during this conversation, but understood.
No, I don't mean right now. No, that God innately knowing what I will freely choose and which He sovereignly ordains to be seamlessly integrated with His overall redemptive plan of history is not fatalism. Okay, you're thinking that there's fatalism. Okay, fatalism would be because God knows it, then I will necessarily do it, as opposed to I will do it.
Well, it seems to be a distinction without a difference, in my opinion, but perhaps I'm missing something.
Then you are. For example, why is it that William Lane Craig says this is an error of modal logic? There's a difference between I will do something versus I necessarily will do it. So, for example, tomorrow I will do X, but it doesn't mean that after tomorrow comes and we have the knowledge of what I freely chose to do, I didn't necessarily do it, but
Understood.
I did do it. Okay,
But
so this is what I want you to do is I want you to look up, there are short YouTube videos where William Lane Craig explains this difference. Okay? Then after you watch the short video, go read the book. It's an error in modal logic when you say you will necessarily do X versus you will do X.
Well, if God knows all counterfactuals, He would also know that the effect that a given environment and state of the world would have on my thoughts and feelings, right?
No, this is irrelevant. The bottom line is read the book.
Oh,
okay.
Okay. I promise I will read the book.
Okay. Do you understand that if I will do X, that doesn't mean that I will necessarily do X.
I understand that statement, but
okay, listen to me.
From the perspective of omnipotence.
Suppose I listen to me.
Go ahead.
Suppose I write down on a piece of paper a proposition, okay, and I write your name, and I say, tomorrow you will either eat something for lunch or you will not eat something for lunch. So the proposition will either be true or false from our perspective tomorrow.
Wait,
right?
So your proposition is what? Eat or not eat? Isn't that universally true?
Either tomorrow you will eat something for lunch or you will not eat something for lunch. Right? Now, if I write down one of those propositions, you will eat something for lunch, right?
Okay.
And I put it in the paper. And then tomorrow, unbeknownst to you, because you didn't read the proposition, and you eat lunch tomorrow, right? After you eat lunch and you open up the envelope, you will then have the realization that the proposition had the value of true. Now, you determine the value of the proposition by experience, or what we call hindsight, okay? But God can simply innately know what the truth value is of the proposition. God, knowing the truth value of the proposition innately, because he's entirely self-conscious of the world that he creates, that he ordains, okay? Him innately knowing it doesn't necessitate that you do it. He can know it innately, what you will freely choose, that he permits to incorporate into his plan, and he can ordain that you will freely choose it. But him ordaining it doesn't mean that you will necessarily do it, but that you will do it. And that what you will do, what he innately knows to incorporate certain free choices in his plan, he knows the truth value of that. See, what you're confusing is how is it that God can innately know the truth value of a future tense proposition without looking into the future, or without his foreknowledge necessitating that you will do that?
Well, I don't.
And so
I don't think
that objection rises out of a state of incredulity. Read the book I sent you, The Only Wise God, because your objection is based upon fatalism.
Well, given your reasoning here, it doesn't seem like he's looking into the future. It would seem to me he'd just be doing forward chaining, deductive logic.
No. Okay.
So he has an initial.
Can I ask you
state.
a question? Can you ask you a question? Do you think God can change the future?
God had in this statement, God has set a future.
No, I said, do you? That's not an answer to my question. Do you believe God can change the future?
In my interpretation, I would say yes. He could choose to shape the world how he sees fit.
No. I said, can God change the future? No. The answer
no, because it hasn't happened yet. Is that where we're going?
No, because the future is an abstraction.
Okay.
God can ordain what comes to pass, but that's not the same thing as the future. The future is what is yet to come, and then it arrives.
If P implies Q, and we ordain P,
can God change the past?
No, but he can change the present. Correct? He can permit
that's right. God can determine the future.
Which sounds deterministic, right?
No, you're not understanding.
I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm genuinely trying to follow.
You're being obtuse here. God can determine the future, but God cannot change the future because there's nothing to change. This is not a game of semantics. The future is an abstraction. Okay? Now, being that it's an abstraction, it doesn't mean that it's a figment of your imagination. It just means that it's not real yet. So there's no future for God to see. Okay? So God has to know the future by some other means. So it's just as incoherent to say God can change the future as it would be to say God can change the past. Because the past and the future are abstractions from the present.
I find that difficult to settle with your earlier statements on complete different conversation.
Read the book and come back to me.
In relation to relativity.
Thank you for your time. Okay. Wow. Next.
Darth, I have a question. Could I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I would consider myself kind of like a soft theist. I really recently had a really amazing experience at a church, and it really changed my mind. But I'm kind of struggling with a question. Why is Christianity the correct theistic position? Because I know I really liked the church, but I also hear a lot of other people saying that they have the truth, and I'm not really sure why Christianity, I guess.
Why? It's because the God that is, the God of the Bible, has not only revealed himself, he has revealed what his fundamental characteristics and attributes are. And what we find out upon looking at those attributes is that each and every one of them, individually and collectively, are necessary to be real in order for there to be human truth, reason, and intelligibility. And if one or more of those properties are denied, it will destroy human intelligibility. So, for example, if the God of the Bible was not always truth revealing, right, then we couldn't have the laws of logic, because the world is a revelatory action of his. So the laws of logic, as they refer to the nature of states of affairs and entities, is a reflection of the eternal character and nature of God.
Okay.
So this is why Allah cannot be God, because he has amnesia about what his name was in the Old Testament. He is not always truth revealing, right? Because the Quran says that he is the greatest of all deceivers. Only a God that is always truth revealing. Now, that doesn't mean that God, in his redemptive plan of human history, can use various misdeeds of his creature to seamlessly bring about his redemptive plan of history. So, for example, he has used evil men and evil angels to seamlessly integrate and fulfill his redemptive plan of history. So, for example, when it says God will send a damning delusion to them that believe the lie, this is referring to the Antichrist, the beast, who will be possessed by Satan to deceive the world. God himself is not actively deceiving, but God in his sovereignty and his providence has permitted an evil actor to seamlessly integrate with this plan of history to bring about his ultimate conclusion. So this is why Allah cannot be God, because if he is, then there's no grounds for the laws of logic, right?
Right. I guess I had a more specific question than that. I guess my question is more about like Christianity sects and why one is true over the other. Because I guess I see Catholics, I see Protestants, I see Eastern Orthodox, and I all hear them kind of fighting, and I'm not really sure which I'm most drawn to. I think I like some of the elements of like Catholicism, like the rituals, but I'm not really sure why one would be true.
Well, the issue can only be settled. Okay, what is true can only be determined not by pure reason, but without abandoning reason. What is true will be that which conforms to the mind of God and how he reveals it. Okay? Truth is that which conforms to the mind of God. Why? It's because everything that is true starts in the mind of God first, and then it is implemented in creation and in his redemptive plan of history. Okay? So, when we're talking about the debate between the sacerdotal churches versus, let's say, Bible-believing churches, you can know what is true by accessing the mind of God and comparing what they teach to the mind of God. Well, how do we have access to the mind of God? The answer is God has revealed his mind in and through the scriptures that he inspired infallibly. Okay? That the Old and New Testament are the inspired, infallible Word of God. So when somebody comes along and says, well, your sins are forgiven when you come to the complete recognition that your soul is damned now as we speak. Not that you're being in trouble, not that you might be damned. Right now, you are eternally damned and you're one heartbeat away from eternal separation from God, and that by repenting and believing on Jesus Christ and crying out to God to save you, on those grounds alone, he will save you. Or somebody will say, well, yeah, you have to do that, but you have to be on a lifelong treadmill of performing the sacraments in order to continue to receive incremental states of grace. Well, those two gospels are mutually exclusive. So the question is, which one is the truth? Well, we're going to have to go back to the mind of God and how he reveals it, and that can only be settled by his word, which is the New Testament. Now, the sacerdotal churches reject that the mind of God and how he was revealed it in the scriptures is the only authority. They believe that apostolic succession and certain leaders in the church and church tradition have equal authority with the scriptures. And that's why they object to the Reformation notion called sola scriptura, meaning only the word of God. Okay? So what they want to say is various oral pronouncements and traditions of some church fathers are to be reckoned as being an equal authority or God breathed, just like the writings of the apostles. So the way you know their gospel is true, you need to go back to the Word of God. You need to read the New Testament. Okay, when you read the New Testament, and especially books like Romans and Galatians and Ephesians, where Paul goes extensively into what is the doctrine of salvation, what you will find is a complete departure with the sacerdotal churches. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Would you say the Bible is a representation of God's mind? I just want to make sure. Sorry, I'm kind of slow.
The Bible, and I'm giving you thumbnail sketches. If you want more reading material on this, I have a wealth of PDF resources that I can share with you, both easy and more complicated to read. But the Bible is a collection of 66 books written by over 40 authors over 1,500 years. Each of the men who wrote or composited these works were guided by God's Spirit to write down the words without error. The Apostle Peter says, the holy men of God spoke as they were moved by the Spirit. Paul says, all scripture, all graphe, is God breathed, God spirated. Okay? So that the Bible is of a dual authorship. God used the personalities and lives of various individuals as a tool, although he didn't dictate to every one of them. In certain cases he did, like with Moses. But God used their minds and their lives to pen an infallible, inerrant message to humanity.
Hey, Darth, I just wanted to ask
Wait.
one. Oh, sorry.
I was going to ask a follow-up question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So how do we know though that it's without error? Because I guess like I really feel kind of weird hearing it from men. Like, what if they were lying? Like, how do we know that the interpretation wasn't wrong?
Okay, well, first of all, let's describe it this way. We have the content of the Old and New Testament, the content of the Bible. Okay? The Bible maintains for itself, once you start studying biblical theology and the doctrine of inspiration, that it is the product of the spiration of God, that it is God breathed. Now, either God himself is always truth revealing or not. The Bible says, I believe it's in Numbers, it's in Titus. It says God cannot lie. It is impossible for God to lie. And the reason why it's impossible is because he is the positive, absolute attribute of being always truthful. And that means that all that he reveals is truth revealing. And that includes his creation. So so everything in the creation follows the laws of logic, that there can't be any true contradictions. Now, either one will recognize that what the Bible claims about itself and that its internal claims about being God breathed and without error, they recognizing that testimony of itself is self-attesting and self-authenticating, and the reason why is to the impossibility of its negation. Because if the Bible, its claims about itself are not true, and consequently self-authenticating and self-attesting, then there will be no worldview by which you can appeal to hang truth, reason, and intelligibility. Unless we're in the world ontologically speaking, that is grounded in the triune God of the Christian scriptures, then there is no hope to establish human reason and truth. There will be nowhere to turn. Okay?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but
So that's how you can know. So, for example, one will either believe that God's self-testimony, his revelation, is self-attesting or self-authenticating, or they will reject that. And if they reject that, what they're saying is that the God of the Bible who reveals himself and all of his characteristics, they'll say, nope, he's not self-attesting, he's not self-authenticating. Then they're either going to reject the notion that any final authority is self-authenticating, thereby destroying their ability to make any truth claims whatsoever and to apprehend truth and apprehend intelligibility for facts. Or they're going to have to say that some other ultimate authority is self-attesting. And what would that be? So if the Bible as a complete worldview, okay, the Bible is a complete worldview, but it also has a self-testimony about itself, and God reveals himself not only existing, but he explained to us what his basic attributes are. He doesn't hide those, okay? And what we find out is those attributes are necessary and without which there couldn't be human intelligibility. So if somebody rejects God's self-disclosure of himself through creation, through every fact reveals God, and if they reject that God has revealed himself to various individuals through the course of human history, and he has done so providentially and sovereignly without error, if they reject that, they are then rejecting the Christian worldview. Then what worldview are they reasoning from when they evaluate anything, including the Bible? What would be their metaphysical basis to say anything? Now, I said to one PhD atheist, he says, we don't need God. We don't need to appeal to supernatural woo-woo. I mean, this is what he actually said. And he says, we can explain everything through the laws of nature. So I said, okay, Dr. So-and-so, what is it that's fundamental and absolute that dictates each instance of what is, can be, and cannot be? Since it's not God in your view, what is it? And he goes, I don't know. Why does it even matter? Well, because if there is nothing that is identifiable or defensible as to what is fundamental and ultimate that institutes and secures of what is, can be, and cannot be, then there's no truth for anything. There's no intelligibility for anything. Anything goes. Nobody can object to anything.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I get what you're saying.
If God hasn't revealed himself, then there's no metaphysical basis for human reason whatsoever.
I guess
because there's no identifiable metaphysical basis to say what is or can be or cannot be.
I hear where you're coming from. I guess I just have a few questions because this has really been eating me up. A while back, you said something that is self-attesting is a justifier for that, and I just don't really get how that works. Wouldn't that be circular? Like I'm just not sure if I buy into that. I guess I'm not comfortable with that. I guess.
Okay, well, if you're uncomfortable, is it irrational to accept that the God of the Bible justifies himself? And if you want to object that on the grounds of circularity, then how would anything be justified ultimately?
No,
First of all, there's a difference between circular reason and a circular argument. Are you aware of that?
Yeah. I guess my concern is more with persuasion.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Well, the issue, providing an objective case for the God of the Bible is not the same thing as persuasion.
I'm not saying it's a formal fallacy. I'm just saying that I'm not
No.
sure how convincing it is
If
for
somebody, if
someone like
somebody, if
myself.
somebody, if somebody wants to say as an indictment that it's circular, that an appeal to God's self-disclosure is circular, okay, as a defeater, then they're destroying all hope of having reasoning about anything. Okay, this charge of circularity is borderline sophistry. Okay, for example, people use circular reasoning all the time. Okay, and they don't object to it. What people generally object to are circular arguments. Okay. Now,
Is this
what if I said to you, if the God of the Bible exists, he would then manifest himself in some way to make us to know that he exists. Premise 2, that manifestation has occurred, therefore God exists. That's not a circular argument. Okay? Now,
okay?
if you say to me, how do we know anything at all? And I say, by God's creative revelatory actions. That's how anything is known.
I guess I
Okay?
have another
All
question.
right, hold
Just
on, hold on a second.
question.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
In biblical theology, there's a term called the Principium Ascendia and the Principium Cognoscentia. God is the Principium Ascendia. He is the ground of all being. All right? There is nothing that exists that is not God that does not depend and derive upon him. The Principium Ascendia. Now, there's another term, the Principium Cognoscentia. Cognoscentia. I'm botching the pronunciation because I'm tired. It's a term, theological terms mean that God is the ultimate and the fundamental and foundational source of all knowledge. That is the mind of God, right? So if the mind of God is the basis of all knowledge, knowing things, then the only way that we can know things is by some revelatory action of God. Now, if somebody says, well, how do you know that? We say, because it ultimately comes back to the revelatory action of God, that God makes it. Say, well, that's circular. Well, if they're going to object to that, then they have now destroyed their ability to know anything.
I don't mean to interrupt, but the argument you gave a minute ago affirms the consequent. I know a little
No,
bit
it
about
doesn't.
logic.
No, it doesn't.
Can you write it out in
Listen,
formal form? And like, can you write
if
it
I
out?
said to you,
Can you
if the
write it
God
out?
of the Bible, okay, listen to me. If the
Could
God
you
of
write
the
it out,
Bible,
please?
would you stop? Would you stop interrupting me? Okay.
I
Now,
just want
if
to. I want it
if I
written
said
out.
if the God of the Bible, well, why don't you take notes? If the God of the Bible, okay, if the God of the Bible exists, then he will manifest himself in some way. Okay, right? If the God of the Bible exists, then he will manifest himself in some way. There'll be a manifestation uh, of himself. Okay, we will see something by which we can know that God exists. Then I can go to premise 2. Do you have an objection to that first premise?
I'm not like trying to debate you here. I'm just trying to
Okay,
understand
have
my
a nice
world
day, son.
better.
Listen to me. If you're borderline trolling now, okay?
No,
Yes, you are.
I'm not. I'm trying to like
Then
understand this
stop
better.
it.
Okay.
Good. I'm giving you a premise. If the God of the Bible exists, then he will, through his revelatory actions in some way, manifest that he exists. Okay? Right? There will be a manifestation by which we can conclude that he exists. Then I could go to premise 2. That manifestation is true. Okay? I could just simply say that there's a manifestation that indicates God. Okay? And then I could say, therefore God exists. That's a completely valid and sound argument. Okay?
Okay. So let me look at this for a second. I'm not
So let
the
me
best at this.
ask you this question. Okay, let me ask you this question: if God exists, okay, in the case that I shouldn't say that as Christian, in the case that
I
God
believe
exists,
God exists.
what is the only way by which we can come to know that God exists? The
I just
only
wanted
way.
to finish the argument here because
Okay,
I think this is really interesting.
have a nice day. Okay, yeah. Next, what they want to do is they want to play this little game that not even an omnipotent, omniscient, always truthful God can make us to know He exists. They want to come up with this sophistism. Well, that's circular, okay, and therefore it's circular. Therefore, it's objectionable.
It's affirming the consequent.
So, no, it's not.
Hey,
If I say
Darth
to you, if God exists, then there will be a certain manifestation by which we can conclude that God exists.
Hey, Darth
Premise two, that manifestation exists. Therefore, God exists.
Yeah,
Okay?
so
That's
P
it.
implies
That's
Q,
completely
Q
that
therefore
is a
P, affirming the
completely
consequent.
sound and valid line of reasoning. Okay?
Hey, Darth Dawkins. You should go back to the conservative Discord channel.
Why? What is that? What's its name?
Conservative Discord channel.
Yeah, well, send me a link.
I think you know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. Does it have a name?
Yeah, it's called the conservative Discord channel. My God.
Good. Send me a link in a DM, sunshine.
You rage quit off of it. Remember?
Okay, go away. Listen, I'm too old for trolls like you. Where do they grow these people? See, the funny thing is, they want to debunk on the grounds of logic that it's irrational to believe that God can reveal Himself, and that it's a fallacy. Well, then, if an omnipotent God cannot rationally reveal Himself, then what can be known? Okay.
I really wasn't trying to be rude there. It just affirms the
Yeah, you were.
consequent, which is a formal
Yeah, you were.
fallacy.
No,
I really
it's
wasn't.
not a fallacy. If I said to you, we'll go through this one more time.
Formal
Okay.
fallacy. I can show you the format.
If God exists, okay, if God exists, okay, if the God of the Bible exists, then he can and will provide us with a manifestation by which we can rationally conclude that He exists. Premise two, that manifestation is extant, okay? Therefore, God exists. That is a completely valid and sound line of reasoning. Okay? If God exists, then we will encounter X. We encounter X, therefore God exists. That's valid and sound.
Can I show you in chat what I'm talking about? Like, just ignore the other people. I wrote it up here a little bit. So do you see what I'm saying? That's the affirming the consequent, like formal logic written out.
Yeah,
And that's your syllogism.
I've read it before. I've read it before. Okay. Now,
Do you
if I
reject
say to
that
you,
as
listen to
a
me, listen to
fallacy?
me. If I say if God exists, He will manifest X, and X will be indicative that He exists. Then premise two, X. I encounter X. Okay? I encounter a manifestation. Okay? The manifestation is not the same thing as saying God exists. God exists is an inference or a conclusion from the manifestation. If God exists, listen to me carefully. This is not rocket surgery. If the God of the Bible exists, we will encounter X. Okay? And X will infer that necessarily God exists. Okay, premise 2, we encounter X. Okay, is encountering X the same thing as saying God exists?
Is that rhetorical, or do you want me to answer?
Yeah, is saying that a particular manifestation is the same thing as God exists? Or is God exist an inference from the proposition?
I'm just looking at the syllogism
You're
you
not answering me.
stated
Okay,
out
hit the
to
road.
me,
Yeah,
and
you're
that
done. You're done. Have a nice day. There's what I've been over this over and over again. If God exists, he will manifest himself in a certain way. X. Okay? X is not the same thing as saying God is. It's just simply saying it's a manifestation. Now, the manifestation may entail God's existence, but it is not the same thing as saying it's the existence of God. It simply entails. Okay? It's that simple. So, for example, if I say, if P, then Q. Okay? Now, I could say that P is a manifestation that could only be if God existed. So we would have a necessary entailment from P. Okay, Q would be a necessary entailment, right? So then if I said, if God exists, okay, then P. Premise 2, P, therefore Q. Okay? There's nothing invalid about that. By the way, I don't believe for 1 second that she's interested in Christianity. She was trying to give me a gotcha, and I think it's been obvious to many people in here. Okay?
I have 2 questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, first question is, could you explain the one in the many problem? And if it's like really long, then you can send me a video maybe.
Okay, the one in the many problem is a perennial problem in philosophy. What is the ultimate nature of reality? Is it that reality is just one, or is it the many?
Well, it's also a problem of categories.
What?
Well, so it's a how do we delineate between categories of things is also contained within the problem of the one and the many.
Yeah. So philosophy can't answer that. Okay, they never could. That problem is resolved in the God of the Bible and his Trinitarian nature. Okay, the ultimacy of reality is a concrete one, God, and he's the concrete universal for the many. Okay, meaning creation. God himself is the one and the many. He's one God, one being, but he is diverse. He has a plurality of distinctions within himself. So God is the one and the many. This is reflected in creation, where we have oneness, we have unity and diversity, and as a consequence, we have intelligibility. Okay. So, on the other hand, if God were simply a concrete one and the world reflected his nature, then the world would just be one thing. Okay. So, does the creation reflect God being simply a concrete one, but without diversity? Or does the creation just reflect diversity without unity? Or does the creation reflect that God is both unified and diverse? So the doctrine of the Trinity solves the one and the many problem.
Okay.
Well, is it still considered a mystery, or do you not believe in like mysteries of faith?
What are you referring to as a mystery?
Well, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what's unique to my upbringing as opposed to other forms of Christianity. But in Catholicism, that's called a mystery of faith, meaning its nature is
are you
perennially.
Catholic?
I am not Catholic any longer. No.
What are you now?
I would have to say I am an atheist, but I have more complicated
Why?
answers.
Why? Why?
Why am I an atheist?
Yeah.
Well, nothing has moved me to believing in anything else. Although I am dealing.
So the not God world is true. The not God world is true because you're unconvinced of the God world?
Well, I would say I'm also unconvinced of the not God world.
No, that's not a possibility. Okay.
Okay.
Because let me tell you why. Right. All I have to do is ask you a simple question.
Sure.
Do you possess the belief that all facts necessitate deriving from God?
I don't know.
I didn't ask you if you know. I asked you, do you
possessing the belief? Do you
possess the belief? Do you possess the belief that there are little green men dancing on the surface of Mars?
No, I do not.
Do you possess the belief that there's a metal tower in Paris called the Eiffel Tower? Do you possess that belief?
Yes.
Do you possess the belief that all facts by necessity derive and depend upon God? Do you possess that belief?
No, I don't.
Okay. So then you believe facts do not by necessity derive and depend upon God?
No, I do not. So I would regard that as being a sort of an open question.
Right. No, it's not an open question. You've decided that facts don't necessitate deriving from God. We're not discussing what you know. We're discussing what you believe. You believe facts are to be reckoned as not necessitating deriving from God or necessitating referencing the necessity of God. So what you're actually doing, you are not, okay, no, listen, the issue is not possibilities. You are claiming or attempting to claim that you are withholding judgment about God, but you haven't withheld judgment about God. You have decided that facts don't necessitate referencing the necessity of God. You have made a judgment about God and his relationship to facts while claiming you're withholding judgment, but you haven't withheld judgment.
Okay.
Saying I don't know in the form of agnosticism is a smokescreen. It doesn't hold up to scrutiny. If you say, I make no declaration about ultimate reality, well, you have in fact made a declaration about ultimate reality by saying you can get along fine talking about facts without the necessity of invoking ultimate reality. So claiming not to make a judgment about ultimate reality is in fact to make a statement about ultimate reality while denying you're making a statement about ultimate reality.
But what if I concede that?
Did you ever see Back to the Future 3? Yeah, hold on a second. You ever see Back to the Future 3? Yeah, you can in a moment. Did you ever see Back to the Future 3?
There's one Back to the Future that I never saw. Is that the Old West one?
Yes.
Okay, I've seen the Old West one. I didn't see the middle one.
Okay, you remember when they hijacked the train?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he holds the gun up to the conductor, and the conductor says, "Is this a holdup?" And Doc pauses for a second, and he says, "It's a science experiment."
Okay.
Okay. No, it was a holdup. They were stealing the train in order to get back to the future. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
It wasn't a science experiment. Okay.
Well, it was both technically, right? Because that's how they got to the.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't an experiment because they've already experimented, and it was simply an exercise of a regularity that they had established. So he wasn't experimenting. He just knew he had to get the car up to 88 miles an hour. The bottom line is when he says it's a science experiment, it really wasn't a science experiment. Now, it was a funny line. Now, the point is this, is when people deny God, they don't want to admit it. They want to insulate themselves from having to defend their God denialism. So they hide behind an invisible garment of claiming, oh, well, I'm withholding judgment. But when I ask you, do you believe that facts necessitate deriving from God? You say, no, I don't believe that. You've made a judgment about God, that God's not necessary to invoke vis-a-vis the relationship with facts. So you have made a judgment about God.
What would the position be if I was ignorant of the truth of that statement?
Ignorant of what?
Of the truth of what you're claiming.
No, then when you say ignorant, then all you're just simply doing is in a roundabout way, you're just saying, well, what if I'm agnostic? But agnosticism is claiming, okay, do you know what the definition of agnosticism is?
To me, agnosticism is the epistemological question of whether or not it's possible to know. So someone could be a Gnostic.
No, that's not how T.H. Huxley defined it. It's one he neither knows nor believes. It incorporates knowledge and belief. It's a claim to withhold knowledge or belief. It doesn't just refer to knowledge.
Yeah. Well,
would you like me to read to you what T.H. Huxley said?
That's fine if you do, but you were asking me what I think.
He's the inventor of the term. So, I guess somebody who invented the term has something to say about that. Okay, Thomas Huxley coined the term agnostic in 1869 and says it simply means that a man shall not say that he knows or believes that for which he has no grounds for professing to know or to believe.
Okay.
So here's the bottom line. You're claiming, oh, I'm withholding judgment about God. You call yourself an atheist, but that your atheism means that you're withholding judgment as to the existence or non-existence of God. Well, is there a word in the English language? Is there one word in the English language which designates the denial of the existence of God? Does such a word exist?
There does. However, I asked a different question.
What is that word? What is that word?
Atheist. But that is...
okay. So atheism is both the denial and not the denial of God.
No.
So which is it? Is atheism the denial of God or not the denial of God?
So to me, what it's always meant was... So
no, I don't want to... I'm not asking you what it means to you. I'm asking you, how is it used in standard English?
I can only provide my best understanding of these terms.
Okay, well, we're not using your proprietary definitions here. In the English-speaking world, if we polled 50 million people and we said, what is the single word in the English language which designates someone who denies the existence of God or gods? What one word would we call that person who outright denies it? What would the 50 million people say? What word would they pick?
Sure, atheist.
Right. Okay. So you're taking a word that has widespread usage, that means the denial of God, but now you're saying, well, I'm that word, but it means not the denial of God. So does atheism mean not the denial of God?
It can, but it's to me.
In other words, it cannot mean the denial. Then can you explain to me? So in other words, now if atheism means not the denial of God, it becomes indistinguishable from agnosticism. Why not call yourself an agnostic?
Well, Darth, let me
Can
try
you
to
answer
lay
that?
out. Let me try
Why
to.
Why not call yourself an agnostic?
I am an agnostic.
Oh, okay, but you told me you were. But you told me you were an atheist.
So, Darth, could I start off with a concession that I might have these terms wrong, but I could explain what my position is, and maybe you could correct my vocabulary.
Okay, so is your position you're withholding judgment about God?
Withholding judgment about God. I mean,
you're neither affirming nor denying the existence of God. You are withholding judgment about the existence of God.
I'm not sure.
Darth, can I ask a few
Hold on,
questions?
hold on.
No, this
no,
is
no, no, no.
you know
Hold
what?
on, hold on.
This
hold on.
is not a difficult question.
So it actually, I find it an incredibly difficult question. But
no, it is not a difficult question. Because if
well,
you're being
you're
honest,
asking
it's not
me
a difficult
about
question.
No,
Are
I'm being
you withholding
extremely
judgment about God?
withholding judgment about God.
Right. You neither affirm nor deny God in any sense.
No, I would say that that's not true.
Okay. It's not clear to me what your answer is. Is it true? Is it true? Is it true you are withholding judgment about the existence and non-existence of God?
I'm happy to take
All
whatever
right.
label
Yeah,
you
and I'm happy to remove
assign.
you from the room. Get lost. Next.
All
Yeah,
right,
see,
I
this
actually have
is
some
what
questions.
happens. This is what happens when you're dealing with people who are dishonest. Okay? They simply don't want to be dishonest. They want to play word games. Okay? And I think it's disgusting.
I had some questions about God and the whole faith and everything because I am a Christian, so I do believe God exists. But there's some things that I was thinking about that, as I believed in God, I kind of maybe thought I was a little conflicted about some of these ideologies. One of those is eternal life. As a Christian, everyone says, you're going to have eternal life if you go to heaven and everything. But I mean, that's a really long time. Eternal is every day, forever, 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 for millions and millions and millions and millions of years. And I just don't know if people intend to want to live that long. Like, I don't know if I'd want to wake up every day, have that eternal life as a Christian. It's something that I thought about.
Well,
that
that conclusion is inconsistent with the mind of God, so it can't be true.
So we're not going to have everlasting life as a Christian then.
No, I said your desire to want to live on eternity, that you might not want to live on eternity, that's not a possibility from the mind of God, because God says in the Bible, you will.
Right, but do you think that there's some argument where people might not want to live forever for millions and millions and millions of years?
Well, you're changing the parameter of the question. Do you mean in a right relationship with God?
Well, I'm just saying
or in some other sense.
I'm saying after we died and we go to heaven. Therefore, after we died and we go to heaven,
well,
we have.
Are you not familiar with the passage that says the eye has not seen nor the ear heard the things that the Lord has prepared for those who love him? There will never be a time when we are unsatisfied. Ever. I mean, what a shallow view of God that you have.
It's not shallow.
Of course it is, because it's shallow because the scripture says otherwise, and I'm being generous. It says the eye has not seen, neither the ear heard what God has prepared for us. It is above and beyond anything that we could possibly imagine. Okay? Do you actually think that an omniscient, the God of the Bible, is going to create a world where someday we're going to get bored because we're bored here during our earthly tour of life? Really?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the kingdom of heaven exists, but I would say
How
millions
long
of
have you been?
years
How
on
long
it.
have you been a Christian?
I grew up as a Christian, and then after that, I actually kind of lost the faith for a few years, and then I kind of became like a reborn Christian again because just life consequences, life experiences. I
When did you
realized
come
that
to the?
I fell off the wagon.
When did you come to the realization that you're eternally damned?
I wouldn't say eternally damned, but
okay, then you're
just
not. Then you're not a Christian. Okay, the only way that you can become a Christian is through what the Bible calls repentance. It comes from the Greek word metanoia. It means that you have a radical change of mind about God. And the only thing that you can change about God is that you are a sinner in the hands of a completely and an entirely righteous and holy and just God, which means you are guilty, and when you die, you will be eternally separated from God. Now, the only way to be cured of rabies is to recognize that you have rabies. Okay? If you refuse to acknowledge you have rabies, you will die from rabies, right? Right?
Right.
Okay. So we have spiritual rabies. It's called sin. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. There is none righteous, no, not one. Okay? The Bible teaches that we are all sinners in the hands of God. We're all under his wrath and condemnation until and if we enter into his grace, which is through the blood of Jesus Christ, his death, burial, and resurrection. But God will only graciously grant us forgiveness if we have repented, recognizing our doom, our state of damnation. We're under the wrath of God, and you're one heartbeat away from eternal damnation. Unless you believe that you are one heartbeat away from eternal damnation, then you cannot believe on Jesus Christ as your Savior. You must believe that you are on the precipice of spending all eternity separated from God in the lake of fire. If you don't come to that belief of your utter condemnation and you are under the wrath of God, but it is only the common grace of God that temporarily presents you. If you don't come to this realization, then you cannot believe on Jesus Christ as your Savior. That's why Jesus said you must be born again.
Okay. I did have
Okay?
another question if I
Sure,
can.
go ahead. Do you have a Bible?
A lot of, not with me. No.
Okay, I want you
yeah.
in either tonight or tomorrow. I want you to read the Gospel of John and the first 5 books of Romans, and then get back to me.
Okay. So a lot of the times when when I'm online or when I'm looking at stuff, I think some things are very humorous. I think we can all agree we watch movies, we watch stuff, and we think it's funny. But as I watch this stuff, I'm thinking to myself, would God think this is funny? I don't know, and sometimes I'm very skeptical and trying to figure out what humor is accepted to God. Like, what's funny to God? Like, what's funny as a Christian? Like, what am I allowed to laugh at? You understand? Because I think a lot of the humor I have is very. I don't think it would fit in heaven at all. Like prank calls, Howard Stern show, stuff like that. And I'm just like, I don't think this would fit with God at all. So like, I don't know what to do at that point because I don't know what's funny to God or humorous to God.
Well, the only way to come to the mind of God is to encounter how he has revealed it, and that is by studying the Bible, the Word of God. Otherwise, unless God reveals his mind, you're not going to know the mind of God. Okay? So God has revealed himself in natural revelation. He's revealed himself in and through our own consciousness, and that he's put his basic laws on our heart, that we know them. Even little children know this, right? And we can know the mind of God by reading and studying the word that he inspired. Okay? Apart from that, you're not going to be able to know the mind of God.
I like prayer.
Well, prayer is when we commune with God, but it's not a path of special revelation. Okay? That's what God devised Scripture for.
Okay, yeah, that was just something that I thought about. That was really, I don't know. I just
So
get these
getting back
outside
to the
opinions
other
sometimes,
guy,
and I
we see this day in and day out, where the unbelievers, when I ask them this same question over and over again, it's dodge, dodge, dodge. Do you possess the belief that all the facts that you're acquainted with necessitate deriving and depending upon God? And so many of them, I don't know. Don't ask. I didn't ask if you know. Do you possess that belief? You see, they don't want to answer truthfully, no, I don't have that belief, because they know that there are ramifications from that. Okay? That's why they hide behind, oh, I'm an agnostic. Oh, I'm an atheist. Oh, but I'm an atheist, but I don't deny God. So you're claiming to withhold judgment from God. Oh, yeah, that's right. Good. Have you made a decision to formulate a belief? And that belief constitutes that you don't believe that facts necessitate referencing the necessity of God? Well, guess what? That's forming a judgment about God. You're not withholding judgment. It's that simple. The only reason why people can't be honest and transparent about this is because they're bitter clingers to their mental and human autonomy. Because what is the only alternative? That is to acknowledge the autonomous mind of God, and that God is God and we are not. And once we acknowledge the autonomous mind of God, your mind is not autonomous. And now you have an immediate realization of your guilt and culpability before God, but you don't want to do that. So we go, oh, I don't know. I don't know. There's a God. I'm undecided. Yeah. How's that going to work on Judgment Day? Good luck with that.
Can I ask one more, another question about grace?
Yeah.
So, me and my friend, we're both Christians, but he's more on the line of law, which is like the Ten Commandments, and I'm kind of more lenient, I guess you can say. I'm more on the line of grace. I'm saying, I think God has a specific relation with everybody. God knows everybody. He knows how you act. He knows how you respond. So he kind of accommodates for that situation. Whereas people with law saying, no, every single person must abide by the same exact standards, no matter of personality, no matter ego or whatever.
Stop.
And
Go back 3 sentences.
oh, okay. I was talking about grace.
Yes.
Grace versus law. So basically saying that some people believe that you're formulated to have to follow every single commandment step by step, and that's your Bible. Whereas people who believe in grace saying, you know what, I think God has a special relationship with everyone, and I think God knows everyone particularly because some things might be harder for other individuals. It might be easier just
God
based
doesn't
off
have a special
personality.
relationship. God doesn't have a special relationship with anyone. Some people are God's children, and some people are children of the devil. Okay, that's what the Bible teaches. Jesus said about the religious leaders of his day, "You are of your father, the devil, and you do his works." Only people who have been born again through repentance, recognizing they're under the wrath of God, and turn to him in absolute despair and desperation that they're headed on the fast train, that they're one heartbeat away from eternal damnation, and have pleaded with God and turned to him as Savior, which will, by virtue of Jesus Christ's death, burial, and resurrection, these are the only people who have a special relationship with God. Everyone else are creatures of God, but they're not children of God. The Bible makes it very clear. To those who believed in his name, he gave the right to become children of God. Okay? That's John chapter 1.
The reason why I bring that up is because, like, for example, alcoholics, it's very easy for a lot of people not to drink alcohol. I personally don't drink a lot of alcohol, but it is extremely hard for others who get addicted and just suffer from that disease to want to drink alcohol. So in my eyes, I felt God kind of says, this guy has a really, a bad addiction. So I'm accommodating that. But if he works through it, then I accept his, I accept that he quits alcohol and, he's living a good life through God. Whereas other people, they're held to a different standard because they just don't like alcohol. But I think living through grace in that sense kind of makes sense for God, I guess, or it makes sense for people believing in God, I guess you can say.
Well, you're wasting your time talking about what the grace of God is, unless you're getting that from the mind of God and how he reveals it, which is the scriptures, the Old and New Testament. Because if you're not getting it from the Bible, then you're just being speculative.
Yeah, I guess I am. I just feel like some people have harder times doing specific things than others. So I kind of have some sympathy for them.
Well, the bottom line is the only people that are children of God are those who've been born again by faith in Jesus Christ. That's it. And everyone else is on their path to eternal damnation. And autonomous man does not like that. They hate the gospel. The Bible says the preaching of the cross is foolishness to them that are perishing. It's foolishness. But for those of us who believe, it is the power of God to save.
I have one last question if I
There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be for a rude awakening, but it's something that they're never going to be take back. Just think of Christopher Hitchens. It's too late for him. And it's going to happen soon for Richard Dawkins, but it's also going to happen to religious people as well. Because unless we repent and turn to Jesus Christ and acknowledge our doom and our damnation, then we cannot believe on him. Even religious people are going to hell.
I have one more question if I can. If anyone wants to ask, they can. But I have one more question. So me and my other friend, I travel a lot and I see other countries and cultures and stuff like that. And they have their own religion, and especially in Asia, they have many people here are Buddhists. And when I go back to America, my friends just say, well, every single one of those people are going to hell. Everyone's going to hell. And these people, especially in Asia, they go to the temple, they pray, they're very religious towards their God. And to me, I just find it very hard that these people are considered evil because they don't believe in God, but I just don't see it. Like these people, they're very religious and, and
good.
very good people.
You're good. Well, here's the problem. Okay. Either you are going to determine the truth by that which conforms to the mind of God, or truth for you is going to be by virtue of an inductive process. But here's the problem. You're not omniscient. So how are you going to determine anything that you believe is true? You see, you've already made a determination that they're good people. Therefore, they're not going to hell. I find that hard to believe. Well, that's not what God says in the Bible. So now what you're doing is you're making your mind and your reason what you think is reasonable. Okay? What you think is reasonable is the truth, as opposed to the truth is what conforms to the mind of God. Okay? So now you're claiming to be God. How you reason about things is how things are. Really? But you're not omniscient, are you?
I understand what you're saying.
Things are not always what they seem. Okay? So, for example, all observations are inherently theory laden. The sense datum that we have, that we put through an interpretive process, is filtered through your web of beliefs, your interconnected and interrelated beliefs. So the point is, you're making certain determinations about these people because you have a set of prior held beliefs. But how did you secure that those beliefs were true? Okay? Unless we're on the receiving end of an omniscient, omnipotent, always truth-revealing God who reveals to us, directly or indirectly, his mind, then you and I are in a hopeless condition in coming to the truth about anything.
So I have a question. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, I'm done. Thanks.
So my question, I think, is okay. Some people, such as myself, would argue you come to a realization of what is true based off of your senses and logic and mathematics. Would you disagree with that belief?
Yes.
Okay, so then my question would be: so we can't trust our own senses? Then how do we know anything is real?
That's not my position.
Okay, then what is your position?
My position is the ultimate ontological grounding for truth and reason is the mind of God and how he has revealed it, either indirectly or directly. Okay? Now, either human reason can arrive at truth existing non-derivatively and non-dependently upon the mind of God, or human reason must be derivative and commensurate with the mind of God. So which is it?
I'm not talking about reason. I'm talking about like, how do I know that I'm sitting on a chair right now? I can use my senses. I can
Why?
feel it. I can see
Why?
it.
Because God in His creation has made man in His image, and He has given you certain foundational ways of thinking that you can't think otherwise. Okay? And usually when people start to think opposite of the foundational way God makes us to think, foundational ways that is, we generally
Yeah.
consider that those people are insane.
So if there's no way of observing what is beyond our own understanding and our own senses, then our senses is our reality in which we live.
Either you are going to believe that your immediate self-consciousness and your sense perception of basic things around you are creaturely, that God has made you to think in these fundamental ways, or you will think that your fundamental ways of thinking are just pure happenstance. There's no other option. It's a true dichotomy. So unless there is an omnipotent, omniscient, always truth-revealing God that has the character set of the God of the Bible, He then creates the world, makes you in His image, and He makes you to think in certain foundational ways. If you do not accept that aspect of the Christian worldview, then you are doomed to absurdity and unintelligibility, because then there will be no background information to ground anything.
I think senses are the background information to ground anything.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Okay, because your sense perception, okay, presupposes background information. Okay, your sense perceptions depend and derive that the external physical world is real. Your sense perception presupposes the causal principle, that there's a cause and effect relationship between the chronology of events. Your sense
No.
perception, yes.
Okay.
Oh, so your sense perception does not presuppose the causal principle?
I don't think so. I think your sense
Okay,
perception.
you're ignorant, sir. Okay, listen carefully. Then what does sense perception mean then, if it doesn't entail that there's a cause and effect relationship between any chronology of events? So then, are each and every event simply spontaneously occurring with no connectivity or relationship to any other event?
You're talking about time and space, and that's not what I'm talking
Is
about.
your sense perception in any given time index, is it just simply a spontaneous eruption that has no connectivity or correlativeness to any other event?
No, it's a logical.
No. Okay. So your sense perceptions in any given time index are not spontaneous. So why do your sense perception and the time index occur if they're not spontaneous? Is it because there's a cascading cause and effect?
No, it's because when I'm observing and then I'm not observing it.
Okay, this is going over your head, sir. You're not getting this. Okay. Okay. Your sense perception, your sight, your taste presupposes causal connections. Do you understand that?
I disagree. I think maybe it
Okay,
doesn't.
then if they don't presuppose causal connections, then are your sense perception at any given moment just spontaneous eruptions in a world where all events are spontaneous and have no connection or causal relation to any other event?
Depends on how you view
Okay,
time.
we're done. This is you're not equipped to have this conversation. I'm sorry to say. Okay.
That's why I'm here to learn.
Well, I'm trying to explain to you that sense perception presupposes the causal principle. Otherwise, sense perception wouldn't mean anything. It would just simply mean there were unconnected, unrelated, spontaneous events that you are collectivizing in an abstract way and you're calling it your senses. It would be an abstract grouping rather than a concrete grouping, because a concrete grouping would involve a concrete unifier instead of being an abstract unifier. Okay?
That's right. What does this prove?
Okay, so the bottom line is, to speak of sense perception is to presuppose, okay, the reality of the external physical world, the matter and energy, the causal principle that there's a cause and effect relationship between the chronology events, and that those events are occurring, some things are occurring regularly and some things are irregular. And then hence you have sense perception. If you say that your sense perception doesn't presuppose that, then it doesn't mean anything at all.
Well, I mean, can't you say that reality is it doesn't presuppose reality? It proves reality. It's a measure of what is real and what is not. That is what it is. It's a it would be similar to,
that was just pure. I mean, listen, I'm really trying hard to understand you, but that was just gobbledygook.
No, I'm not gobbledygooking. What I'm trying to say is,
Listen. Are you an atheist or a theist?
I am a theist for the most part, yes.
Okay. So then you do believe in the causal principle.
I mean,
Do you believe in a supreme being who is eternal, without beginning, uncaused, and that he is the source and basis of why anything all exists?
Without cause, I disagree that it's without cause.
No, I said, do you believe that the supreme being, the creator, exists unconditionally, non-dependent, non-derivatively, uncaused?
Oh, you uncaused? I disagree with that. I think it's caused by something.
Then you don't believe in God, then, because then God
I do
wouldn't be
believe in God.
No, you're not understanding. Listen to me. Either you are going to define God as absolute within himself, he's self-contained, meaning that he's unconditionally non-dependent, non-derivative, or the God that you speak of will be derivative and derivational and not self-contained. Which of those definitions do you hold for God?
Well, let me explain what I believe that God is. I believe God is an energy.
Listen to me. Focus. This is the biggest problem I have with talking with people on Discord. I just asked you a true dichotomy. Okay.
I don't think it's a true dichotomy.
Okay, what's the third option?
I was going to explain that. So I believe God is.
There isn't one.
There
isn't one. So you're wasting my time. Listen carefully. Either God is self-contained or not. That's a true dichotomy. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a true dichotomy?
Can God be contained within individuals?
You're not. Wow. Listen to me. Do you understand? I've explained what I mean by self-contained, meaning self-contained means that God is a necessary being who does not come into existence. He's not derived or depends upon anything that is not himself. That's what it means to be self-contained. Either you will believe that God is self-contained, as I have just described and defined, or you will not believe that. So which do you believe?
So either I believe that he's self-contained, in which he is not derivative or is not represented in other individuals, as like it's an energy force that spreads between people.
I didn't say that, sir. Stop putting words in my mouth. Either you believe that God is self-contained, meaning he's absolute within himself, non-derivative, non-dependent, or not. So which do you believe?
I think he's dependent.
Okay, then we're not talking about God, sir. We're now talking about a creature that is subject to one or more parameters like everything else is. So we're not, when we're using the word God, we're talking about two different things. Okay?
Okay.
Right?
If you say so.
Look, imagine a man who has a $500,000 Ferrari. Okay? And he comes home, and the wife is upset.
Okay.
And he says, "What's the matter?" And she said, "Your son destroyed your Ferrari." He went, "What?" She says, "Yeah." He go, "What do you mean he destroyed it? He banged it up or whatever?" She goes, "It's destroyed. It's beyond repair." He goes, "Oh," the guy's shocked because this is his beloved possession, his $500,000 Ferrari, and he's upset, on the brink of anger that his son did this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "When did this happen?" And she said, late this morning when I wasn't paying attention." He goes, "What do you mean? Our son was in school." She goes, "Oh, no. I'm talking about Johnny, the toddler." So, how could a toddler destroy my Ferrari? She says, "Well, he took a hammer to it." Because how does a toddler destroy a Ferrari beyond repair? And the wife goes, "Oh." She goes, "I'm talking about your replica of your Ferrari that's in your office." Okay? She said, "Your son destroyed your Ferrari." She was referring to the replica Ferrari in the office, not the actual Ferrari that was in the garage that the high school student that he thought took it. So
Okay.
they weren't talking about the same Ferrari. We're not talking about the same God here. When we're talking about God, we're not talking about some entity that is the final boss of the universe that's unimaginably powerful and is going to get you if you don't love him. We're talking God is the supreme being, the creator who is self-contained, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everything else derives and depends upon that. Now, you don't have to believe that exists in one sense. But when we use the word God, that's what we're talking about. Otherwise, we're not talking about the same thing. So, do you believe in God as defined as self-contained and eternal and the creator?
Can I tell you what I actually believe?
I'm waiting for an answer.
I believe that he's the creator. Yes. You say self-contained.
Yeah.
To
Well,
an extent, not
then
quite.
then if he's creator, then by default he's self-contained. Okay.
I mean, not necessarily.
Creator refers to no necessarily, because then he's not the creator of everything.
He is the creator of everything. So
good. Then that means that if he
imagine.
is the creator, listen, if he is the creator of everything that is not himself, then by definition he's self-contained. It necessarily follows.
Okay.
Okay? Do you believe in God as creator being self-contained, eternal, unconditionally non-dependent, and everything that is not God depends and derives upon him?
You say non-dependent. That can you define what that means? Maybe I'm disagreeing, or maybe I don't understand.
It non-dependent means he doesn't depend upon his existence upon anything else. It means he doesn't come into existence and remain in existence by virtue of anything else. He's absolute within himself. He's self-contained.
Oh. Then if you're going to say that particular
do
word,
you believe in God as I have defined it?
No.
Good. Then you're an atheist. Then you are an atheist in the sense that there is not an eternal, ultimate creator God. You might believe in some. You might believe in some persona out there, creature that has powers that you call God.
Not
but
a
you are
creature.
an atheist. Then you are a creature. No, a creature is something that is subject to one or more parameters that are not itself. Okay? So, either you are creator or you are a creature, which means you're a creature if you're not the creator. If you're the creator, then you're not a creature. Okay? So you might believe in some entities that you call gods, or you may believe in one entity that you call God. But if what you call God is not ultimate, is not absolute, self-contained, unconditionally non-dependent, and derivative, then you're not talking about God. And you would be an atheist that there is no supreme being or creator.
So if God has a plan, right, and he's
So
dependent
do you
upon others.
understand that you're offering a version of atheism?
No, I'm
Do you
not.
believe, listen, do you believe there is no supreme being creator that is self-contained?
You say non-dependent. That's the part I disagree with. I think God is dependent.
Okay, we're done with you. You are totally obtuse. Wow. Why can't I have conversations with intelligent people? Would somebody please explain that to me?
On what is
Wait,
God
could I
dependent?
could I speak, please? I have some criticism.
Go ahead.
All right. So my first criticism is that well, first of all, I'm a big fan, but my first criticism is that
Are
I
you
feel
a
like
member
you
of the
don't.
Darth Dawkins? Are you a member of the Darth Dawkins fan club?
No, I'm actually not.
Well,
Because
then
I
you're not.
looked you up, and all I can see is negative
Then you're
stuff. I
not.
couldn't find you a
Then you're not that big of a fan, then, are you?
Well, I just recently discovered you, so.
I'm teasing. I'm teasing you.
All right. So my first criticism is that I feel like you don't give enough time for people to speak. I feel like if you just allow a little bit more time for them to speak out, that way we can hear their
If I
point of
did
view.
that, if I did that, my head would explode because most of these people don't have the foggiest idea of what they're talking about.
All right,
You
that makes
understand?
sense. Yeah, I
Okay.
do understand. And I
I
guess
can
this would answer my
understand.
second one.
Okay, go ahead.
My second one, it seems like you're very like not the word defensive. I don't know another word. It feels like you're not being more like welcoming. And I'm assuming it's because you spoke with so many people that you reach a point where you don't want to be welcoming to people.
I don't want to welcome them. I welcome people all the time to come in and have an intelligent conversation and even a vigorous debate. But what I deal with morning, noon, and night, with rare exceptions, are people who are trolls, hecklers, people who are argumentative, who are bickering, people who continue to present themselves that they know what they're talking about. When I explain over and over and over again, they don't know what they're talking about.
Hey there, fella. How
That's
are you
true.
doing?
I did see that, and I do understand your perspective because you do like allow a lot of time for them to speak, and they never respond to you correctly. So I do
How many
understand that.
times have you heard me ask very straight, clear, circumspect questions, and I get purposely obfuscations for answers? They prevaricate.
Yeah,
This
and there's a
happens
lot of trolls
regularly.
too.
Yeah, and it's not even the people who are overtly trolling. They're purposely being deceptive, evasive, and circuitous. I ask questions in a very truncated fashion. I tend to ask questions that are in the form of dichotomies so that people will commit to a position. They don't want to commit to a position because then it makes their position culpable. They don't want their position to be examined. That's why they want to come on. They want to give me rhetoric. Okay, right?
Hey
Like
there,
when
fella.
I
I got
say
some
either
questions.
you believe X or not. Which do you believe? That's a fair question, and that I get a verbal runaround. This happens morning, noon, and night on Discord and on a Clubhouse because people aren't being honest. They're not being transparent about their position. Okay.
And a lot of times, like I wish people would listen more often, because like people are so defensive and upset over the conversation, and they're not actually listening because they could be learning, but instead they're putting walls.
They could be, but they don't want to learn, do they?
No, a lot of them don't, to be honest.
No.
Hey there, fella. I'm kind of frightened for this child that she's in here, but may I ask a question?
Well, how do you know that she's not just very petite?
I'm not going to even enter that. I don't know. It's
Well,
darn
okay.
thing about her.
How old are you?
Talking to the child, right? Not me, right?
Not you. Tinker.
Yeah.
Hello? Was I talking to Tinker?
He probably said that because they have the minor tag, Darth. You might have overlooked it.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't look at the tag.
Yeah,
okay.
you didn't look, yeah.
Okay.
So,
well, I've heard some very young voices in here, and then I ask how old they are, and to my surprise, they're quite a bit older than what I thought.
True. A lot of 22, 25-year-olds have that voice.
Yeah.
hey there, fella. Can I ask a question?
Nasally.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, hey there, fella.
Hey, is Islam fan fiction of the Bible, and by extension, is the Bible fan fiction of the Quran? No, wait, the Torah.
No. The Quran are just the random and vain babbling of Muhammad. The Quran really bears little resemblance to the biblical content at all, and it's easy to see. He just was making this stuff off the top of his head. We can show it by doing a rigorous theological and philosophical analysis of some of the things that he said, right? So it's just Islam is simply a derivational cult of Christianity, but it's a cult of a particular 7th century Arab. Okay.
Oh, so it is fan fiction. Basically, Muhammad is just the Joseph Smith of the Arab world.
Yeah, it kind of, yeah. And it's easy. It is easy to see what a sham Islam is. But when people are indoctrinated in this, they don't want to come to believe that their ancestors, their countrymen, their ethnicity, their family members are in one kind of gigantic cult of a 7th century bloodthirsty killer. Okay.
And this is an interesting one, but this is related to the Bible. You know that part in the final dinner, the Last Supper, when Jesus is like, hey, whoever's going to dip this bread with me is going to betray me. And Judas, for the one time he wasn't paying attention in his life, dipped it and made it out of that dinner alive. I don't think that would have happened. I think, in fact, Judas was volunteering to help Jesus enact his plan to become a martyr. What do you think about that?
Was he volunteering to become a martyr? No, because after his betrayal, he was so grief-stricken, but he didn't have biblical grief. He had worldly grief. He went out and hung himself, and then it broke, and his body burst on some rocks below it.
Yeah, but that's just because he did what Jesus asked him to do. He thought he was brave. He thought it was the hardest man in the room.
Where did Jesus ask Judas to betray him? Where
he said whoever is going to dip it with me right now is going to betray me.
And you know what? You're misrepresenting the text.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. There was that other guy who, when Jesus was arrested, he got so mad he chopped off that centurion's ear. Right? He's upset. He would have noticed right away and killed Judas. I'll tell you that.
No, he was acting on instinct to protect Jesus from what he saw as an illegal arrest. That's why he acted.
I think that the Christians may have misinterpreted that part, because knowing anybody, if you dip at the same time as someone else, died.
Peter had a history of saying and doing things impulsively, so we should be surprised when he pulled out the sword. You know, they carried the swords because there wasn't 911 back then. Okay, Jesus approved of them carrying swords when they went from town to town.
So now that we do have 911, do you think Americans should not be armed to the teeth with AR-15s?
Why would it be a problem for Americans to own rifles?
Because everyone's got them policed now. So that's why Peter had a sword, because he didn't have
No. Sir. Why is it a problem if a law-abiding citizen owns a rifle?
Because it's a weapon of mass destruction, my friend. I can kill 30 people with it if I wanted to.
Okay. Well, here's the problem. An AR-15 is a semi-automatic weapon. What you're referring to is something that's illegal that's been converted into an automatic weapon. As far as I know, that those are not legal unless you have a special license. So an AR-15, if it's legal, is simply a semi-automatic weapon, just like non-revolver handguns are semi-automatic.
Shut up.
Did you know that?
Yeah, but it's 30
Okay,
rounds
so
of death-dealing machines.
what difference does it make whether it's 10 rounds or 20 or 30 rounds? It's
The caliber?
No, what I'm saying is that do you want to ban rifles?
I want to ban rifles over 5 rounds.
Okay, well you're not banning rifles. What you want to ban are clips. Do you think that banning larger clips is going to prohibit some schmuck from making his own clips? You can make your own clips.
No problem with any size clip. I
Right.
just have a problem with a magazine being too big.
Okay, I should have said magazine instead of clip. Okay, yeah. So there's a ban on the amount that magazines can hold. Okay, so somebody who is nefarious and is intending on doing harm can make their own magazines. It's just made out of sheet metal.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Do you think Jesus would have written a parable?
Did you know that there was an attack in a church, and the gunman was fleeing, and the only thing that stopped him was another guy who had an AR-15.
True, but for every one of those, there's a guy in New Zealand shooting up a mosque.
Yeah,
For every one of those?
Do you understand? Do you know that? Okay, do you understand the difference between a semi-automatic and automatic?
Yeah, a semi-automatic is meant to kill. A automatic is meant to provide cover.
Okay, wow. You know what? Why do I do this? I have just dumb people. So automatic rifles are not meant to kill?
Well, in the military, they tell every rifleman to fire
Okay,
semi-automatic.
sir, listen to me. A semi-automatic rifle fires a bullet every time the trigger is pulled. The same thing that pistols do. Okay? Other than revolvers, pistols with magazines or clips, whatever you want to call it, all those non-revolver pistols are semi-automatic. Do you want to ban those as well?
Well,
by the way,
ban,
the problem, the problem is that there aren't enough people with guns because people feel the freedom to go in and shoot up these places. Okay, look at what just happened in Texas. Do you know there was a church where a gunman came in? It was a year or two ago, and there were several people in the church that were packing handguns, and they blew the guy away, and they saved everybody except for one person that he shot. Okay.
Here's what I'm going to ask you a question.
The point is this: the reason why people get these weapons is because they feel that the people they're shooting at are going to be vulnerable. How many people pulled out guns in saloons? Didn't happen that often, okay? Because if you did, then someone's going to pull out a gun and shoot you. The bottom line here is this: an AR-15 is just simply a semi-automatic rifle. Do you want to ban all semi-automatic rifles?
That's not a bad idea because hunting can be done with a bolt-action rifle pretty well.
Okay, so why does it have to be hunting?
I agree with you.
Why can't it? Wait a minute. Do you recall the riots that happened a little more than a year ago in different parts of the country?
Oh, you mean the protests of black people?
No, not the protests. The riots.
The riots. Which ones?
Okay, you know what? Get out of here. Okay, you either you're really brain damaged or you're just a troll. Get out of here. What riots? Did everybody hear that? What riots? What riots?
How do you feel about separation of church and state?
Um, I think that the Establishment Clause has been co-opted by the Supreme Court to mean something that the Founding Fathers never intended it to mean.
I just meant like in general. Like, would you be okay if you could like wave a magic wand? Would you like criminalize religious expressions that are blasphemous?
No.
Why is that?
Because I think that we don't have a theocracy. The purpose of the government is to maintain civil order and to protect private property rights. The purpose of the government is not to punish people who teach false theology.
You believe in a secular civil government? Okay, makes sense.
But the Establishment Clause says Congress shall not make no law with respect to an establishment of religion. It says Congress, but the Supreme Court says, oh no, what that really means is any form of government, not Congress. Now, we may not like the fact that they were only specific to the federal legislature, but if there's a way to change that, okay, it's called an amendment, right?
Well,
but
there's the 10th Amendment, right?
No,
Or was it the 14th?
No, what I'm saying is the Establishment Clause can be supplemented by adding an amendment to the Constitution. But what the Supreme Court did is they came along and they said, well, Congress is simply referring to the government. And therefore, it applies to the states and local municipalities as well.
I think as a matter of law, that might have happened after. Well, there's an incorporation argument. I think it's either a 10th Amendment or it might have been later, like the 14th, that basically says like a lot of the stuff that applies to the federal government also applies to the state governments because of this amendment. I think it was the 14th Amendment, either the 13th or the 14th, due to like Reconstruction, I want to say. So the story might be a little bit more complicated than just like extending it out of nowhere. I think there was an incorporation argument, but
right,
I'm not a legal scholar. So.
We've had that's a good point, and I'll take that into consideration. But we do have a history of judicial activism within the last century. Okay,
yeah,
where they make up new law rather that they make up new law by their novel interpretations rather than say,
penumbra of the Constitution or whatever.
The penumbra of the Constitution. Yeah. Wait till those men stand before God on Judgment Day. They're going to get their penumbras. And if you guys
Darth,
don't know
what's
what we're
your
referring to, let me just finish. If you guys don't know what we're talking to, but we're talking about the Supreme Court ruling in Roe versus Wade and their argument about privacy, giving it a right to abortion. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
So, Darth, I was going to ask you about. I know this is a very probably long talked about topic, but about racism. So, do you think it's a sin to be racist as long as you don't do anything about it? Like, for example, if I hate a specific race, then I don't like this group of people. I'm not going to go out and talk about it, but I'm just going to keep it behind closed doors because these people tend to have a specific behavior in society that I disagree with.
Okay, so when you say racism, do you mean that you disdain people because they have a different skin color? Or do you disdain a certain group of people because of their cultural practices?
Cultural practices.
Well, I don't think that that's necessarily racist. It could be, but not necessarily.
Like, let's just give you a scenario.
For example, the Apostle Paul said, "All Cretans are liars." Okay, this was a cultural practice more so than average human beings to routinely lie. All Cretans are liars. Well, was that a racist statement on the part of Paul? Was he being racist?
No.
I mean, if a certain ethnicity has a certain cultural practice that may cross certain moral lines, is it racist to disdain that? Or if we disdain a certain people group or ethnic group because of their cultural taste or their musical styles, well, who knows?
I just find it hard to kind of follow God's practice of being tenderhearted, forgiving of one another. When I see a lot of the stuff that happens on the news from a specific community, particularly low income communities, and for me to go out and sit there and say, "Well, it's okay, it's no problem," but in the back of my head, I'm saying I wouldn't live next to those people because I don't want to die. I don't want to put myself in that high probability of crime area. And to me, I don't know if that's Christian like. I don't know if I should be thinking like that because I'm kind of disregarding these people as criminals and losers. But as a Christian, I shouldn't be thinking like that. Is that correct? Do you think like that too, or is it just me?
Your question isn't clear enough to me.
So, for example, like if we go to like a really ghetto black community in California somewhere, and for me to say I don't want to live next to these people because these people have a really high crime rate, so I don't want to live next to black people because they have a high crime rate. That alone, right there, is, I mean, it's subjective racism. It could be racist depending on how you look at it. But as a Christian, should I be thinking like that? Should I be saying stuff like that, or should I just say, what, I'm going to live next to these people?
I don't think it's so much their skin color. It's the particular locale where there's a high crime rate.
But it sort of goes hand in hand. Like if you look at the poor communities,
generally
all black.
There are some black communities in certain states where there's not a high crime rate.
Okay, let's just give you the example of Compton. I'll go to Compton and say, I don't want to live next to these people because they're black and they commit crime, so I don't want to live next to them. But to me, that's a racist thinking, and Christians shouldn't think like that. But that's how people generally think, because a true Christian should just say, I wanted to go there because these people are we're all brothers in arms. We have to give everyone a fair chance.
So
But
you would say this if they were white, though, right? Like, if they were white, it was a high crime community, you wouldn't want to live there either, right?
Well, white communities generally don't have very high crime rates.
No, I'm not
compared to
asking
black
you if white
communities.
communities generally have this, but if you found a white community that had a high crime rate, you still wouldn't want to live there. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay, so
Exactly.
it has nothing to do with whether they're black or white. It has to do with the crime, yeah?
Well, it does, because in our society, most of the low-income, high-crime areas are black communities. So in this specific
Right. So
instance,
if
in our society,
so let's reverse it then. If you found a black community that didn't have a high crime rate, would you be okay with living there?
yeah,
Okay, then the race does not matter to you, right? What matters is whether they have a high crime rate or not.
but if you said if, but that if is not the case, because we don't have a lot of black communities that are zero crime rate. In our
Well,
society,
I don't think we
generally have.
do we have white communities that are zero crime rate?
Well, generally, people want to live in white communities because the crime rate's a lot less. I mean, you have people flocking to live in white communities, and that's what causes white flight, because everyone wants to live next to white communities because they're safer, the schools are better, and it's just a general better living.
Okay, so
So
let's say you had a group, you had a white community, but there was a black person living in it, and like you were about to purchase the house
come on,
right next to
man.
that black person. Would that
No, I
bother
don't want to answer
you?
these 1 in a million questions.
No, it's actually not a 1 in a million question, right? So would that bother you that they were black in this community at all?
I was referring to Darth Dawkins. I don't know if he's gonna answer me or not.
Yeah, he's deafened. I don't think you need Darth to specifically figure this one out, but okay.
I think you run away when I answered that question. I really want to hear it.
Wouldn't really.
Because as a
I
Christian, I don't
would
want to be
estimate-
racist. Like I don't want to be a racist.
Go ahead.
You know, Like I
It's
try
not
my
really
best
his
to like give
forte,
everyone a
dude.
fair chance.
He's
You
a
know,
philosophical, religious person. You're talking about race. It's not even his forte. Who cares?
You guys should just ask him to define affirming the consequent. That'll be fun.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's
no,
What
like
are
is
that
it a
my
sin
two
to be
cents on
philosophical
this?
question for the
Maybe I should have just
philosopher.
asked him if it's a sin to be racist. That's all, you know. Like I
Just
don't
ask
want to
him.
be. I try not to be, but I do judge people sometimes based off their skin because how they act in society.
Because
It's
of
called
what?
prejudices, not racism.
Wait, because of
Okay.
what?
The
Because how
apostles
they
were
act, their
criminals.
behavior in society.
Well, then you're
So
not
not
judging them
not their
because of their skin
skin,
color.
not their skin, how they act, right?
Yeah, their behavior in society.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
So
then you're
judging
not
people
judging them based on their skin color.
It's MLK Day, bro. Do you want to like quote MLK, judge
Actually,
by the contents of their character and not the color of their skin? Right? Like, insert quote here.
Get it. Get it, Hart. Get it.
I mean, he just said that he's doing that, and it's like, yeah, there's no issue with that. If you happen to dislike a lot of people that are black because you think they behave poorly, doesn't make you a racist. It just means you don't like those black people. You can like
Oh,
other
yeah.
black people who don't behave that way, right?
Yeah.
True.
Also, you know, the term racist, people abuse it so much. I just came in here, but I think I like to say the term racist, people abuse it so much. And it's really just what they're really saying is someone might be prejudiced because of experiences, but prejudice is not racism. Racism is actually thinking a race is superior to all the others. You know, it's
I don't believe in supremacy. I'm not about supremacy at all. I don't think one race is better than the other. I think they all have checks and balances that kind of equal out. But some races, particularly, just really, crime goes hand in hand with that particular race, and you know, I tend to avoid that race as much as possible or that group of people. And I think that act is racist. And I think maybe as a Christian, I shouldn't think like that. But
So Tass, do you think that like
just
crime
stereotype.
goes hand in hand with this race because of some genetic issue, or is it crime and crime goes hand in hand with this race because of perhaps socioeconomic or some other issue?
I think it's culture.
Okay.
I would always go back to culture.
Do you think culture is a result of a genetic heritage?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, then we got some problems, bro.
Interesting.
I think everyone's accountable for their own actions, and everybody can. Everyone has the opportunity to do better. Whatever that looks like, right? But I know we all have. There's prejudices, and they're not necessarily bad. I mean, we all prejudge, and it's for safety and other things too, right? But I do think that if you're a Christian, it's definitely a thing to work on seeing where that is and seeing where that might actually prevent us from reaching someone or doing God's will to love others. You know, the second greatest commandment, other than loving God, right?
I think this is where you guys are going to have to live. So I'll give you this. I think this kind of helps people a little bit. Okay, it doesn't actually matter, like what judgment you make about someone initially when you don't know them. What matters is that you are open and willing to have that judgment overturned. Right? If you're not willing to say that, oh, I made an assumption about this person, but they're actually fine. If you're not willing to say that because of their skin, then you have a problem.
Yeah. I mean, and then also just remember that if we are eternal beings and this flesh rots in the ground, you know,
I
where's
bring
our
it up
worth
because I think that
what is it, right?
I bring it up because I think that if we, as a Christian, if we die, we go to heaven. I don't think there's any room in heaven for racism. I don't think God's going to say, "Oh, you can be mean to these people because they acted a specific way in society."
Yeah.
So I don't want to think like that. But due to earthly situations and how things are out here, I'm kind of forced to act like that and think like that because we have human instinct. We want to survive. Putting ourselves in high crime areas is not survival skills. We're probably against that. Most of us here don't want to live
You're
in
kind
high
of conflating two issues, right? Like, it's one thing to want to avoid an area because it's high crime for personal safety reasons. There's like another question, which is like, how does skin color get involved in that discussion, right? And that's where you're entering into these like empirical beliefs about race and like biology and genetics and to what extent these explain or influence behaviors. right? And so I think that's where the controversy is. I don't think anyone, Christian or otherwise, has a problem with people being like, I'd rather have like lower risk of personal harm or injury and selecting where you live based on that. Right? There's some people who are going to be like called to be missionaries, I guess, who should be like willing to go into, put their lives at greater risk than other people. But I don't think it makes you like a bad Christian if you're not doing that. But I distinguish that from the like cluster of empirical questions about the nature of race and the degree to which it influences things like criminality. And that's just like a
See,
scientific
yeah,
question.
See, I don't know if I'm doing my job as a Christian because, for example, some of those missionaries who go to those countries, some of them die. Some of them get killed because they just go into society that's dangerous, but they're trying to spread the word of God. They go in there with a helpful hand, trying to save and help people and spread the word of God. So I think God will recognize it and say, hey, you know what? You're admitted to the kingdom of heaven because you try to spread the word of God and you live a good life. Whereas
That's
another
correct.
Christian
It's
like
like
myself,
murdered him.
well, let me finish. Well, another Christian like
Sorry.
myself says, I'm just not going to go in those communities because those people suck and the crime rate's high. I think if I'm approached by, if I am judged by God, he sees me, he's going to say, why don't you go to those people and spread the word of God like this other guy did? Why did you just sit on your ass and do nothing? Therefore, I think I'm not doing my job as a Christian.
Well, that's very different, right? Like if you have a particular sense, like you prayed on this or something, you have some particular conviction that you're being called to become a missionary to this group, and you're like resisting that calling because of some kind of like personal distrust or distaste, or you're not able to like steel your courage enough to like face this greater risk to yourself. That's one thing, but that doesn't like you could be a perfectly good Christian and never be called to do that kind of missionary work. Plenty of Christians who are just like a
But
boring
spreading the word of
accountant,
God,
right?
spreading the word of God is what Christians do.
Yeah,
So
but
when you
not
say good
all of them do
Christian,
that in not everyone does that in like high crime dangerous areas,
Yeah,
right?
it doesn't mean you need to walk into a trap house saying, "Let me tell you about the Lord." Like
Yeah.
it's not always the way, right?
I'll go. Well, do you feel the need to go to like the Congo during Ebola outbreaks and share? You think like any Christian who doesn't immediately get on a flight to the Congo during an Ebola outbreak to like hand out New Testaments is like being a bad Christian?
It all depends on your calling. Are you an evangelical? Because if you're an evangelical and you really believe in that, then you're going to try to convert as many people as you can because you think that's your calling. But a lot of people aren't like that anymore. Not in today's world. They believe
I
in
think that's just
acts. They
some.
believe they'll go to their own way. They'll find their own way to God, and they have their own temple, like Acts kind of tells you.
I
You
think
have your
that
own
term
temple.
evangelical is a very anti-Christian statement because what you're trying to say is some Christians don't need to talk about God, but others do. And I think that
Oh, it's
ideology is
called a
some
calling.
worldly
Call it calling. Like some
definition.
people are called to go to the choir and sing, and their calling is singing with their voice. It has to do with a little bit of works, but it's your calling. What do you feel like your calling is in the church? What do you want to do for your community? What do you feel like is your job to prop the community up? That's your what you feel.
Your calling might be to be a really excellent garbage man and like form really strong friendships and connections and to be like a role model and an inspiration to other people in that work. And that might be how you spread the word of God. It doesn't have to mean like, well, no, I'm gonna like in my free time choose to go hang out in really dangerous areas of town. If I don't do that, then I'm not doing what God wants for me in my life. I think some Christians are called to do that. Some Christians are called to like, you know, minister to the sick and put their lives at risk, at greater risk than others. But I don't think every Christian has the same calling to go do that.
Notice how he left when we started talking about racial issues? He's just like, I don't want to get involved. Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
let's
it's
see what he
probably a
says.
troll question, right?
He periodically mutes himself and deafens himself to go do other stuff. He's got a life.
Yeah.
Chill out.
Wow, crazy. How did you deduce that?
Can you show how that necessarily follows from A
Well,
is
you
A?
see, Hart, he's a living, thinking human being. I think, anyway.
Can you prove that? What's your ultimate grounding for your worldview?
God,
Oh, God.
God existence. That's my
Get
that's
him.
my grounding for my worldview. How's that?
I don't know if you can prove that he's a living being. I don't see the evidence of this.
You're doing that from just sounds you're hearing from a Discord program? Lots of
Yeah,
things
well-
can make sounds on Discord.
Yeah.
A non sequitur.
Yep, me muting myself and then unmuting myself. That makes sounds for me. But you can't hear them. How do you know they make sounds? You don't know.
How do you know that I don't hear them?
True. Gotcha.
Well, I did think I asked him the most relevant question. A lot of people just came in here and had theories, and they were just trying to push them against him. But I had some good questions too that I brought up to him, like living millions and millions and millions of years. Like, do people really want to live that long?
I just can't believe that any atheist still engages in this conversation.
I think it's
Yeah, I
really
know.
interesting.
They
I
just
think it's really
they just get their ass beat, you know.
Well,
they
it's
do.
not even that they necessarily get their ass beat. It's just like there's this argument is set up to where you cannot win, right? So like, why even participate?
You sure it's
I
set
asked
up
him
to where
questions
you
like,
can't win?
Yes.
So you're not going to hear anything new, right?
yeah, no, I asked him questions like, as a Christian, like things like, what's funny in heaven, like what kind of humor should we have? Because I think we all have humor here, but I don't think the humor that we have,
Can you prove
Christian
that?
make. No, I can't. That's why I asked him. I says, if I like Howard Stern prank calls, I like watching these guys prank call the public access shows. I think they're hilarious, but I don't know if God's like, man, that's just not funny to me. I don't know if you understand. Like, I don't know what kind of humor to have. I don't know what's
Why don't you
says
pray about
nothing.
it?
Hold on, the Bible says that nothing evil can exist in heaven. And that evil shall not exist in heaven, basically.
Right.
So then my question
So,
here is, hold on, my question here is then, is heaven a prison? I don't know.
Oh boy.
Like, let's say, for example, like there's a guy who puts ice cream on people at parks or something, and the girls get mad, but then later they're like, "Oh, okay, that was funny," or something silly, something stupid like that.
Right. Well, one
they
of
spill
those
water on people.
Is spilling water on people evil? Then it can't exist in heaven. I don't know.
See, that's what I'm saying, because it creates
The question
anger.
is whether it's evil, right?
Yeah, at first they might get upset, saying, "Hey, why the hell did you put ice cream on me, bro?" And then later they're like, "Oh man, it was funny. I'm just joking. Whatever." And everyone has a good time about it. But that initial time, the guy was pissed off, saying, "Why the fuck did you put ice cream on me?" Like, what are you thinking,
Wow,
bro?
I think cursing is evil. You should probably. I don't think there's cursing in heaven.
Then the question here is, creating chaos, is that evil? Is it not evil if it doesn't harm anyone? I don't know.
Well, see, that's the thing. They might get upset about it at first, but then later they might laugh about it. That's how a lot of these pranks and jokes work, right? They get upset, and then they look back and they're saying, "That was pretty funny, actually, man." Like they kind of laugh at it.
But the initial action created chaos. Is creating chaos to an orderly being, right? One that controls everything. Is that evil? I don't know.
I think
Do you think shuffling a deck of cards is sinful?
But I think
I'm
God
not
would have
sure.
a sense of humor. I think he would. I think he is humorous, and I think God would have a sense of humor. I don't think God's just some being where he's just where he's just
God
sturdy. I mean,
he clearly has a sense of humor. Have you seen Bully's face?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I mean, he gave us a sense of humor, so I think he'll understand that. I understand humor. So if you guys do pranks with each other, it's all fun. Everyone's having
Wait.
fire a shot at me?
Understand? Do you understand humor?
Yeah,
though?
I totally just attacked you.
Because I don't think liberals
I'm
understand
impressed with
humor.
you.
I think to be a liberal, you don't understand humor. I think it's
Conservatives have only one joke.
That liberals have no jokes? Is that the joke?
No, it's the thing about the gender.
What?
I mean, like
the thing about the gender. Could you?
I don't know what that means.
Conservatives will often joke that fuck, what was it? I forget. Never mind. I didn't say anything.
Well,
what are you even talking about, man? Because I don't even.
Hey, Bully, tell me the thing about the gender, okay? What is this joke that you conservatives have?
Women.
I don't know what joke
be
he's
shopping. I think.
Oh, that's it. Gotcha.
Gender.
That's true though.
I think the gender. I think the joke about the gender. The thing about the gender is gender exists. I think that's a joke. I don't know.
No.
Where you have the
they'll
whole
say
quad
like
left.
no. They make things about like helicopter gender or something. I don't
Oh,
yeah,
you're talking about
they always joke
trans.
about
That's
it's
not a
transphobia.
joke.
It's basically just transphobia. Yeah.
That's not a
Oh,
joke. That's
That's
a
not
meme.
true.
I don't know. I
Conservatives
thought
also
I
have
don't even.
racist jokes, right?
I don't even know what you're talking about. That I don't think that's even a joke, to be honest.
It's sexually identifying as an attack helicopter. It's like a
That's
satire
not a
of.
joke.
It is a joke.
It is a joke. It's a satirical like
No, that's a meme.
criticism.
Wow, I'm so
Oh, yeah,
glad he told us the
really?
satire. I
Good.
would have never deduced this.
Let's have this semantic discussion, please.
It's not a joke. It's a meme. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not a joke. It's a meme.
It's not a joke. It's a meme, dude. LOL. Stop it.
But yeah, conservatives are pretty unfunny, in my opinion. I don't know if God would find
That's ridiculous.
Well, I don't know if God has a sense of humor, because isn't the essence of humor like to like surprise? But God can't be surprised. He knows everything.
That's true.
Have you ever laughed at a joke that you've heard before?
No.
that
Well,
doesn't-
yeah. Well, sometimes, but it's
surprise
rare.
is not like a necessary part of humor.
No, it's not. It can be. It certainly can be.
It's a crucial part, because if you know the punchline is
Maybe.
coming, it's really
but
hard to laugh.
that's not true. And I think a really good example of this is there's a fucking what's the British duo Mitchell and Webb, I think. They have this bit where they're at a party and this guy keeps like bringing up the fact that he's a brain surgeon. He's like, so like ask other people what they do, and they're like, oh, I work in blah blah blah, and he's like, not exactly brain surgery, is it? And I should know because I'm a brain surgeon. And he does this like 2 or 3 times, right?
Sounds
Then
like a
he
college
then
humor
he's
joke.
well. So then he talks to someone. He's like, "What do you do?" And he's like, "Oh, I work on rockets. I'm a rocket scientist." The guy goes, "Oh, well, I'm I'm a brain surgeon." He's like, well, it's not exactly rocket science, is it?" And it's a really funny joke, even though like as soon as you hear him say that like what his line of work is, that he's like works on rockets, you know that what's coming up is it's not exactly rocket science. But it's still funny. It's still hilarious when it happens.
This is a really long
It's like
explanation that we
if you
that we could
see
have
it's like
truncated
if you
terribly.
it's like if you see a banana peel and you see someone walking toward
I
it,
feel like-
and
I
then
feel
they
like
slip and
brain
fall on it. It
surgeons
can still be
make more
funny,
money.
even if you know that like the
they're just
punchline is going to
banana
be they slip
Bully,
on it
I
and fall down.
already took care of this like 10 seconds ago when I asked him if he's ever laughed at a joke that he's heard before, right? Like that already
Yeah, you don't have to
neatly boxes
explain the
everything.
But that's different.
No, that's
How
not.
it's still a funny
So
one.
it's different because you could still say that like what you're laughing at is like some sort of recreation of the time that you were surprised by it when you first heard it.
Yeah, and could you not make that exact same argument for the joke that you just told about brain surgery?
No, because you haven't heard that punchline.
Wait, so once you hear it, you know he's going to repeat that every single
No.
time, right?
No, but that's not. I feel like you stopped. Maybe you stopped listening.
I didn't.
I mean, Mr.
I've
B
seen that joke and I
himself.
heard your explanation.
Yeah. So the funny part isn't when the guy repeats it again. The punchline of the joke is that someone
If you have to
else.
tell us the funny part, it wasn't funny.
I'm just saying this guy mistook what the punchline was.
Oh,
I
well,
get
yeah,
it.
but the problem is
punchline
that
was the
you-
rocket scientist.
Yeah,
joke.
I
It's the
got
rocket
that.
scientist
So
thing.
the problem
Yeah.
is that you didn't know that he was about to say that, right? So the surprise element is still there. You don't get rid of that, right? Just because it's up the
It's not
same
what you're
form.
laughing at.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm laughing at everything right now.
All right, Bully. Sometimes I love you, bro. I really do.
And on that
You guys
point,
wanna hear a
love
joke?
is the greatest power we have.
Yes.
Okay, here's a joke, but don't interrupt me because the joke falls apart. Okay. A businessman says to his Jewish friend, I've been diagnosed with a rare disease. I need you to donate your blood. I'll give you $1 million to donate blood, or else I'll die." The guy says, "Okay, so I'll give you $1 million. You donate your blood to me." Then the guy comes back a month later and says, "I need another blood transfusion. I'll give you $10,000 if you give me more blood." He says, "All right, fine." Then
Mm-hmm. Keep going. Yeah.
What's his joke that his internet
Guys,
connection's trash?
Yeah,
Or-
that is pretty funny.
I think it's an economic critique of the United States and its infrastructure development.
It's a blood shortage right now. Go out and donate blood, guys.
Wow.
Not if you have HIV.
Nobody wants your vaccinated blood anymore. It's disgusting. Tainted.
I think you could be gay now and donate blood. So I
What
guess
has America come to?
So I guess all you guys can donate now. So
Hold on. Does receiving blood make you gay now? Hold on. If the vaccines make you gay and you receive blood from someone who's vaccinated, does that
Yes.
turn you gay?
it's the Democrats' ploy to turn everybody gay.
This is a true gate agenda.
Was anybody here the last couple of hours who remembers the name of that young woman who I was discussing the existence of God, and she accused me of affirming the consequence?
Some of us Z.
Anybody remember what her name was?
It's like Zany? Something like it.
Maybe.
Zany? You have something like ZE? Something like, I don't know.
Yeah, because I want to remember
what
that.
was her
because
argument?
She said that I was committing the affirming the consequence fallacy, which I was not. Okay. She wasn't understanding the reasoning. I understand why she made that mistake. Yeah. Affirming the consequences is like, if it is raining outside, the street will be wet. The street is wet, therefore it is raining. That would be affirming the consequence. Because the second premise doesn't necessarily entail that it's raining. The wet street could be from some other source. So, but my line of reasoning didn't measure up to that, so it wasn't affirming the consequence. But I just want to remember her name so I could go over it with her again.
Well, if the argument is P then Q, Q
The
therefore
consequence
P.
is Q.
Yeah, we have to be careful with modal logic because sometimes it cannot accurately represent the line of reasoning, especially if the line of reasoning is truncated. Okay. So, for example, if I said, if God reveals himself through a manifestation that necessarily entails his existence, then we can know that he exists. There is a manifestation that necessarily entails God, therefore we know God exists. That would not be affirming the consequence, because the second premise necessarily entails what the first premise lays out. Okay? So if I said to you, let's see, what's a good example?
Yeah, can you say it again?
If there's snow on the ground, then necessarily it is snowing outside. And then premise two, there is snow on the ground, therefore it's snowing. Well, the snow could have come from a truck that was delivering it, okay, to somewhere. Okay, but if the consequence necessarily points to the first premise, then it's not affirming the consequence. It's only when the consequence can be the result of some other source. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's just question begging then.
No, it's not question begging, not at all. So, for example, if I said to you, if it is raining outside and there is no other source of water, then we can know that it is raining. There is water on the road, therefore we know it's raining. That would not be affirming the consequence.
Well,
But if we said if it is raining outside, the road will be wet, and then we say the road is wet, therefore it's raining, that would be affirming the consequence.
Well, I can see why you would say that because we know there are different reasons why the road could be wet, but the whole purpose of the fallacy is to keep the argument of truth preserving, which doesn't presuppose that we know all the possible reasons for
Yeah.
the road being wet.
So when I say, if God decides to reveal himself through a manifestation that would necessarily entail his existence, then we can know he exists. There is a manifestation that necessarily entails his existence. Then the conclusion God exists is valid and sound.
Yeah, it's just modus ponens, right? P implies
Yeah,
Q, P, therefore Q.
because the manifestation necessarily entails God. It's not that the manifestation might be explained by God, but it could be explained by something else. That's why she made the mistake of saying that I was affirming the consequence.
Yeah, I would have to see the argument again, because the P then Q, Q, P is.
I just said it to you, okay? If God decides to reveal himself through a manifestation that necessarily entails him, then we can know that God exists. There is a manifestation that necessarily entails God, therefore we know God exists.
Yeah, so I think P2 is just begging because it entails the conclusion.
No, it does not. It is not asserting that God exists. It simply says the manifest. No, it does not. It doesn't assert that God exists. It simply says the manifestation entails God. It implies God exclusively. So it's not begging the question.
All right, I'm gonna have to look at it again. Can you go over it?
Yeah, I said if God decides to manifest himself in a way where the manifestation necessarily entails him, or necessarily and exclusively implies him, then we can know God exists. There is a manifestation that necessarily implies God exclusively, therefore we can know God exists. The manifestation that necessarily entails God is not asserting that God exists. It just simply says the manifestation entails God.
Yeah, but how could there be a manifestation of God if God didn't exist?
That's not the issue. That doesn't ruin the form of the argument.
Yeah, I'm not
If
totally
there is
sure,
a
but it sounds like
if there is a manifestation, if God decides to if God decides to reveal himself through a manifestation, and the manifestation necessarily implies God, it necessarily implies God, then we can know God exists. There is a manifestation that implies God, therefore God exists. The second premise does not assert the existence of God. It simply just says the manifestation entails that.
Yeah, so I mean, if you can just determine God from P2, it's trivial, right? It's just question begging.
It's not trivial, and it's not question begging. This is true of every deductive argument.
Yeah, you know what's amazing? It blows my mind how either incompetent or dishonest people are. All P2 is saying is that there is a manifestation that necessarily entails or implies God. That's all.
Yeah.
It's not question begging. Okay, saying God exists is not the same proposition as saying that there's a manifestation that implies God.
You just said it did.
Well, okay, you know what? Fuck off. Get out of here. You know what? This is what I can't stand is some of these philosophical types. They're so fucking dishonest. They're like that Martin Short character who was the lawyer for the tobacco company. I didn't say that. You said that. They simply don't care. Get out of here, or I'll ban your sorry little ass.
Don't ban me.
No, not you. To say that there's a manifestation, and that the manifestation necessarily implies God, right, is not the same thing as saying God exists. God exists.
I assume that he meant something like that's going to be the controversial premise, right? Like someone who doesn't believe that God exists is either going to
That's
think,
fine. Okay. I can understand that. Yeah, I know. But you see, this is the favorite thing of sophists to do, is just say, they just throw out, oh, you're just begging the question. You're begging the question. They do this all the time, and it's
What was the name of
extremely
that?
annoying.
before? What was the name of it?
Affirming the
Affirming the
consequent.
consequence. Affirming the consequent or quence, excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So if it's raining outside, the street will be wet. The street is wet, therefore it's raining outside. Now, you can evade that by defining that the street is wet, that there's no other water source. Okay? And then you avoid it or avoid the problem. It's just when there's another option for the street being wet. If the only option for the street being wet is rain, then you're not guilty of the fallacy.
Right. Now, when you say there's no other water source, you mean no other water source present at the time, because there may have been a water source.
What we're saying is that the water on the street could not have been from any other source. Okay.
Right. So if there was a flood, that just went through recently, and there's water in the street, you can't say, oh, that was created by the rain because it was created by the flood. Understood.
No, we can just simply say, if it is raining outside, the street will be wet. And then
what if there's two water sources that are present at the same
what
time?
I'm saying, look, you can avoid the fallacy is when I'm trying to think how to word this because I'm not trained in modal logic. It's only a fallacy is if the water can have another source. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So you could conjoin some other premises there to try to make it like.
I would be wording it better,
no.
but I'm very tired. Okay.
So if there's two water sources present at the same time, you can't conclude that it was.
If we say if it is raining outside, the street will be wet. Okay. The street is wet, but if in the reasoning or the argument you rule out any other source of water, then you're not guilty of the fallacy.
Understood.
Okay, it's only when the street being wet could be wet for another reason other than it's raining outside.
So can I give you a little bit of a question? So let's say it's raining, right? But every time it rains in this particular
not you
area,
again. Oh, go ahead.
and it creates a flood. And the street is wet. Is that because of the flood, or is it because of the rain?
Well, it would be indirectly from the rain.
Okay.
It wouldn't be directly from the rain. It would be indirect.
Thank you for answering my question.
You could say, if it is raining out, the street will be wet. The street is wet, and there is no other possible water source other than rain. Therefore, it's raining. Okay. It's just sometimes when people, and I'm sure I'm guilty of this too, express their reasoning in an inarticulate way, or they don't give enough specificity. And so because there's not enough specificity there, that it appears that they're committing, affirming the consequence. So like that guy when I said in premise 2, that there is a manifestation that necessarily implies the existence of God. And then I said, therefore we can know God exists. He says that begs the question, but P2 is not the same thing as the conclusion. It's just that there's a manifestation, and the manifestation entails or exclusively implies God. Yeah, sometimes these fallacies can be tricky, and sometimes people mistake them. There was a situation with Matt Slick and Alex Malpass where he nailed Matt Slick on one line of reasoning about the laws of logic, okay, and Alex being proficient in modal logic, where Matt said either the laws of logic can be accounted for by God or not God, right? And then he said, I think P2 was like the laws of logic cannot ground the laws of logic, right? Therefore, God grounds the laws of logic. And Alex Malpass said, well, you're saying not God, right? Which was the same thing as God. But that's not what Matt Slick meant. Okay, so when he said not God, he wasn't negating not God. He was saying whatever not God is cannot ground the laws of logic. You understand? Does everybody understand?
Yeah.
So there are two semantic ways of understanding not God. Okay. The first one is what Alex was using. That the first not was simply negating the existence of not God. But that is not how Matt Slick was using it. He was saying that whatever constitutes not God cannot ground the laws of logic. So he wasn't making the modal logic error that he was accusing Matt Slick of. He was simply capitalizing on the reducing it into a modal logic form, which it could have meant. It was a hasty generalization because not God can mean two different things.
Depending on the grammar, yeah.
So when you only look at it as a mathematical equation, well, grammatical constructions are not the same as simple mathematical equations.
I think ask yourself has that problem too. I don't know if you've had a conversation with him before.
Oh my gosh. You know what's sad is because he's a smart young man, and he's well
interested in
studied.
logic.
What's that?
And he's interested in logic too. I think
Yes. And I like that. And he's very articulate when it comes to expressing, modal logic, but he's devious and he's deceptive. How do I know? Because I've engaged him on many occasions. Okay. And this is what certain philosophical types do, is when they don't actually have an intellectual case, they will use their learning in philosophy and logic to verbally bamboozle their opponents. And they know they're doing it. So when I said, if God reveals himself in a manifestation, then we can know that he exists. And then I said, there is the manifestation, therefore God exists. Well, in one sense, it could be understood as being affirming the consequence. But because I didn't give greater specificity to what was an unexpressed premise, that she thought I was committing affirming the consequence, right? So if you reformulate it, you just simply escape the problem.
The question then would be, how do you know if it's God or if it's something that just claims to be God and it's not?
Because the manifestation necessarily entails God, and that the manifestation could not be affirmed to anything else because it would result in absurdity.
So nothing besides God can create manifestations?
No, that's not what we're saying.
You're losing track. It's
Yeah,
just that
you're not
there could be
focusing.
some kind of sign, some piece of evidence, or some kind of indication. Not that every indication has this property, but that there could be some kind of piece of evidence that has the property that you'd only see this evidence if God existed.
Right.
The only way to see this evidence is that God existed. So as soon as you see that evidence, you can immediately draw the inference. Since it has this property, you can draw this inference that God exists. So it's the only explanation for this evidence.
So then how would you know when you've seen said evidence?
That is a good question. That is not
Okay, well,
the response
due to the
Darth Dawkins.
due to the impossibility of the contrary.
Okay,
Okay?
that makes sense. I think you
That
explained that.
if the contrary is impossible. Okay, so for example, I could just simply say the very fact of your own self consciousness is revelatory of God necessarily. And you say, well, how so? How does that necessarily indicate that? It's because then your consciousness wouldn't mean anything. It wouldn't be anything. Because if our consciousness is something, it's a fact, and it possesses intelligibility, then it will be indicative that it originates in the mind of God, okay? And that your consciousness reveals God, because that would be the only way that your consciousness could be a fact. If you reject that, you're reduced to absurdity that your consciousness doesn't mean anything, because there will be no ultimate metaphysic from which it derives or for what it is, means, or has intelligibility.
Okay, so are you saying that everything has to mean something?
No, what we're saying is every fact indicates God.
Okay, so
And the reason why we
consciousness.
and the reason why we can say that every fact indicates God, but it is only by God's purpose that it does that. Okay? Because God made it that way. Now, if you reject that, we can say that our first analysis is true due to the impossibility of its negation.
Mhm. Now,
Okay?
when you were talking about consciousness, right? So under your this predisposition based on what you've said so far, would that mean that consciousness has to mean something, or can
No,
consciousness
no,
not mean
no.
anything?
It doesn't matter what the fact is.
Oh,
I'm just saying we could start with a fact, and let's say it's your own self consciousness. That would be your proximate starting point. You could be any. It could take any fact. Okay. In order for something to be a fact, right? What is going to be the ultimate transcendental precondition that makes anything a fact? And the answer is it's going to have to be the mind of God, right? And the reason why is because God will have to reveal himself. Because if God doesn't reveal himself, then there will be no identifiable, defensible, metaphysical background as to what a fact is. So if there are facts, then God exists. Because the only way to avoid that is to explain how you can have facts in a not God world. Because God is the ultimate metaphysical background information. Okay? That a fact is what it is because it starts in the mind of God. It's then implemented and secured from the mind of God in the plan of God. That's why it's a fact and possesses intelligibility. Now, if that is denied, that God is not the ultimate reference point, then what is the ultimate reference point that you can ground facts? What? The answer is nothing.
science, epistemology.
No. That's in all due respect, that's the kind of answer that a ninth grader would give. Okay. Science cannot explain itself. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Science cannot explain and demonstrate the reality of the external physical world. Science cannot establish the laws of logic. Science cannot establish identity over time. Science cannot establish the causal principle. Science cannot establish the uniformity of nature. Science cannot establish mathematical truths. Science cannot establish that there are other minds.
The things that can establish those things are the use of the senses.
No.
You don't see other people's minds, right? You see behavior. You infer the existence of the mind. But
You know what the problem
inference is based on
yeah.
something other than science.
Guys,
You know what the
take a
problem
theology class.
in American education, you know what the problem is? Is they don't teach any basic philosophy and history of science. They teach a little bit of the history of science, but next to nothing of the philosophy of science. and we get these young skull full of mush spouting empiricism, not knowing that it's self-refuting and incoherent. They think, well, science is the only way, or it's the best way to know everything. Okay, it's self-refuting. Yeah. If we said science is the best way to know some things, okay, yeah, I think we would all agree with that.
You're right, but science is the best way to have to determine a high degree of certainty, right, on something.
It's certainty doesn't mean anything. Okay, all it's just having a high degree of confidence does not mean that something's true. All conclusions in science are provisional. So let's say we have a provisional conclusion in science, okay? And somebody holds to that provisional conclusion and they have the highest degree of certainty short of omniscience. It doesn't follow from that the provisional conclusion is true, because it could always be falsified by a re-examination of the data. See, this is what people aren't taught. People think that science it declares truth to us. Science does not declare truth. Science simply makes provisional conclusions that may be held in wide consensus.
Okay. Do you have omniscience?
No.
So then, how do you justify your necessity claim?
Fact.
Oh, what necessity claim are you referring to?
That only God can prove anything.
Oh, well, the answer to that is that he revealed it. Because without him revealing it, there's no way that we could know that, nor could we know anything.
I mean, I don't know where facts come from. They could come from energy, God.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on a second. So what you're saying is facts don't necessitate originating in the mind of God, being instituted and secured by the mind of God. So you reject that, right?
Well, I have no omniscience, so I don't actually know. I'm kind of agnostic.
Do you accept that God, the mind of God, is the necessary ultimate precondition for everything, including the actuality of facts and for them to be intelligible in our human experience? Do you accept or reject that?
I'm agnostic to your necessity claim.
No. Stop right there. You're not. See, you're doing the same crapola that you did before. Either you're accepting the claim or you do not accept it, which is a rejection. Okay? Do you accept necessarily that God is the necessary, the mind of God is the necessary precondition for everything? Do you accept that?
I don't know.
I didn't ask you if you know. I asked you if you do accept it. Either you accept it or you don't. Do you accept it?
I don't know if I accept it or deny it.
Okay, you know what? You're either really deceptive or you're really dumb.
I am dumb. I will admit that.
Yeah. Okay. You know whether you accept it or not.
I would know, yeah. Yes, I would know.
You would know. So do you accept that God is the necessary the mind of God is the necessary precondition of everything?
I don't know if that's true.
I didn't ask you what you know. I asked you, do you accept it? Do you accept right now that there are 5-pound boulders of gold on the surface of Mars?
That would be really hard to believe.
So do you accept it?
I would have to have some form of...
You know what, dude? Do you know what your problem is? You are a deceitful person. Because I could ask you other questions, do you accept this? And you would give a straightforward answer. You don't want to honestly and transparently answer the question. So you're deceitful.
I would have to observe it.
No, I don't care what you have to. Either you accept it or you don't.
If I have...
Listen to me. If you don't accept a proposition as true, you could sit there and say, well, I'm withholding judgment, or I don't accept it by virtue that I deny the proposition.
I'm withholding.
Do you hold on a second? Do you withhold judgment? You will believe that they are self-contained, meaning they're non-dependent, non-derivative. They're each individual fact in and of itself is eternal and non-derivative, or you will believe that the facts are derivative.
You tricked me, man. You tricked me, man. Why are you trying to be deceitful?
There's no trick. What was the trick?
I already told you I'm agnostic to your necessity claim.
Okay, yeah, you know what? You know what? You're not dumb. You're just a devious little person. Okay? I mean, really, dude, do you think I'm that stupid? Okay, are the facts that you believe do not necessitate deriving from the mind of God, are those facts eternal and self-contained? Simple question.
When you say contained, self-contained,
I've already explained this to you. I've already explained this to you a half dozen times what self-contained means. Okay, you know what I'm picking up from you? You are well practiced. This comes to you very easy to be deceptive, where you play dumb over and over again. Have I not explained to you half a dozen times what being self-contained means?
Right, but I already told you the one.
Okay, good. Are there any facts that you are acquainted with that are eternal, unconditionally non-dependent, and self-contained, and non-dependent, non-derivative? Do you know of any such facts? Or do you believe in any such? Okay. All right. So since none of these facts that you neither know or believe are self-contained, eternal, unconditionally non-dependent, then what is it? What is the metaphysical reference point or derivational point that makes the facts what they are? It's not themselves, so it must be something else. So if it's not the mind of God and the facts do not exist in and of themselves, then the facts exist by virtue of something else that institutes and secures their factness. So what would that ultimately be?
I didn't say that. I said I didn't know.
Okay. What is it that makes the facts facts? What is the ultimate reference point? Okay, so now what you're saying is that the facts are brute facts. Well, I got some, you know what a brute fact is? A brute fact is something that is stipulated that has no identifiable or defensible reason why it is. Now, do you understand what a brute fact is?
I think you're using sophistry. I think you're being
okay. All right. Hey, you know what? You're now banned from my server, not because you insulted me, but you've demonstrated completely now that you're a troll. Okay? Bye-bye. Huh, why did that work? I should have gotten feedback. Yeah, stop lying, Ken. Oh, I know why. I'm in the wrong text chat. Okay, now he's bad. Yeah, hey, destroyer of theism. You know, if you want to gratuitously mock me, then go elsewhere. Okay. Now